Order, Madam Speaker. Order, please.
Before we sit, we'll have a silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. We may sit. Honorable members, let us take a moment to remember in our thoughts and prayers all those souls who have departed from us since our last sitting, either due to natural causes or otherwise. Mrs. Domfuti Dlungwana, the mother of the Honorable M.E. Dlungwana. Mrs. Nxumalo, the wife of Archbishop Sam Nxumalo, a former cluster manager in the Committee Directorate of the Legislature who retired in December 2023, passed away on Wednesday, 3 April 2024. Mrs. Kutlekonke Pel Ntuli, spouse of Mr. Tabang Ngobo, our service officer, passed away on Friday, the 5th of April 2024. Mrs. Lindy Wemtembu, a former PR councillor in Ward 19 eThekwini Municipality since 2016. She was also a former eThekwini ANC Women's League Regional Chairperson, amongst many other accolades she held. Dr. Zamambo Mkhize, a pediatrician at Harry Gwala Regional Hospital in Edendale. Dr. Mkhize's body was found in the boot of her car, and she had suffered gunshot wound to her head and abrasion on her face. Sergeant Bongseni Khoza, who was killed on duty by a gunman in Sundumbili. 45 people who passed away when the bus transporting them from Botswana to Moria crashed at the Mamatlakala Bridge on the R518 in Limpopo on Thursday, 28 March 2024. Durban Metro Police Constable Yolanda Kuzwayo, who was stabbed to death by her boyfriend, who was also her colleague. Constable Kuzwayo was also pregnant. Mr. Luke Fleers, Kaizer Chiefs defender who passed away following a hijacking in Johannesburg. The 24-year-old is understood to have been fatally shot during an attempt by criminals to take his vehicle while at a petrol station in Rudeport. Comrade Michael Kitso Dingake, former member of the opposition and the founding president of Botswana Congress Party, BCP, Mikhail Kitso Tingake has died, age 96, after a short illness. His legacy as an internationalist who wholeheartedly embraced the struggle for freedom in South Africa and across the continent and will forever be remembered. All the victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes, all the servants and traditional leaders of these provinces and the country, public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country at large, and all the victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past. Honorable members, let us now observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have gone before us. May they also rest in peace. So we'll move to item 3, announcements, if any, by the Speaker. Any announcement from the Speaker? Oh. Oh, we'll go to 3.1 on visual sitting and voting announcement on party voting during the sitting. Honorable members are reminded that this sitting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules. Starting with the party voting, Rule 288, Section 4 of the rules states that the presiding officer or chairperson must, before or at the start of the discussion on the matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that voting will take place on the following: KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023, KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority 2023, KwaZulu-Natal Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023, KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency Bill 2023, and Conferral of a mandate on the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill P168 of 2023. Bear in mind that a party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of the party present at a visual sitting, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party or to abstain if any member wishes to do so. We'll now proceed with the rest of the items on the order paper, starting with apologies. Honorable M.W. Twala and N.N. Gubane have organizational commitments, and Honorable M.E. Pagati has a party commitment. On members who are not well, we have Honorable S.E. Mangele. We can then move to birthdays. Honorable members, may I take the opportunity to wish a happy birthday in advance to the following members: Honorable S. Nkosi, the 15th of April, Honorable N.R. Machola on the 16th of April, Honorable Mr. B. Singh on the 20th of April, Honorable Bishop Eve Dube on the 23rd of April, and Honorable M. Kaula on the 28th of April. So on behalf of everyone, I would like to wish all these members a wonderful year ahead. Another announcements of new members. Honorable members, I have a pleasure in introducing a new member who was sworn in on the Wednesday, 27 March 2024 at the Speaker's boardroom. The new member is Honorable S. M. Mkhize, who replaces Ms. H.S. Dlamini, who was expelled by her party on Tuesday, 26 March 2024. Honorable Mkhize, yeah. On resignation, Honorable P.P. Harris resigned as a member of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature on Tuesday, 26 March 2024. Okay, moving to another announcement, 3.7 Pension Fund, end of term briefing to members, very important to you. There will be a briefing by the Alexandra 4 Pension Fund immediately after adjournment. The briefing and questions and answer session will last for an hour. So members, make use of this opportunity. On 3.8, the one-on-one session regarding end-of-term members by SAS and PAMED. Honorable members, please note that officials from PAMED and SAS will be available all day today to assist members who have queries about their medical aid and SAS issues. Members will be able to consult with each of the representatives at the office adjacent to the old members' reading room, which is occupied by Ms. Nonkululeko Nxumalo, members affairs practitioner, and officials from the office of the Speaker. Another announcement is a reminder for submission of disclosure of financial interest forms. Honorable members, please be reminded that in terms of Schedule 1 of the standing rules of the KZN Legislature, the Code of Conduct for members, members are required to disclose particulars of their registrable interest by the 30th of April every year. The prescribed form, in Word or PDF form, was emailed to members on Friday the 5th, 2024. Honorable members must ensure that the new form is completed and witnessed and initialed on every page, both by the member and two witnesses. A new form must be completed even if members' details have not changed since their last disclosure. The completed form may be handed in at the office of the Secretary or to Mr. Nishan Sukraj, Manager, Legal Services. Please note that failure to disclose is a contravention of the Code of Conduct, and that the submission of the disclosure of financial interest forms is monitored by the Auditor General, as well as various monitoring groups and the media. Honourable members are therefore urged to submit fully completed disclosure form on or before the 30th of April 2024. Should members require any assistance in completing the form, please refer the item 13 of the Code of Conduct in the standing rules or contact Mr. Nishan Sukraj at 033 355 7716 or on 083 627 8070. Lastly, on the announcement by the Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal Legislature newsletter, honourable members are informed that the Legislature have produced a newsletter that highlights the developments, initiatives, and programs that have been undertaken by the members of the sixth term in their oversight role. The administration will ensure that members receive a copy for their consumption. Now we can move to announcement or report by the Premier as item 4 of the order paper.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. Good morning. We wish to make the following announcement. April is the Freedom Month in the calendar of the Republic of South Africa. 30 years ago this month, Madiba said, "Never and never again." We have been building on a solid words ever since. The lives of the people are better today than they were in 1994. In our case in KwaZulu-Natal, it was a late start, but we have turned it around. Honourable Speaker, our freedom was never free. Many people laid down their lives for South Africa to be free, so that you and I enjoy all the civil liberties we are enjoying today. We pay tribute to them, the heroism of Mama Winnie Madikizela-Mandela, who taught many of us resistance in the face of unexplainable harassment and passed away on the 2nd of April 2018. We also commemorate the spirit of Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, who was hanged by the racist apartheid regime on the 6th of April 1979 for his fierce opposition to apartheid regime. Kalushi was no coward because as he was staring at the gallows, he said, and we quote, "Tell my people that I love them and that they must continue to fight. My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom." Our fight to improve the lives of our people continues. During this Freedom Month, we celebrate the lives of a gallant fighter, Chris Thembisile, who was assassinated on the 10th of April 1993, a few days before the landmark elections. During this month, we also pay tribute to the longest-serving president of the Movement of the People, the African National Congress, President Reginald Oliver Tambo, who passed away on the 24th of April 1993, 3 days before he tasted freedom that he dedicated his entire life fighting for. Our freedom indeed was never free. In commemorating the Freedom Month, we honor the legacies of many of the stalwarts and freedom fighters of Hani Mahlangu, Mama Winnie, Oliver Original Tambo, and many others for their unwavering dedication to freedom and justice, which continues to inspire all of us. Their courage and sacrifices will never be forgotten. Freedom Month will culminate in celebrations of Freedom Day on the 27th of April, which this month will mark 30 years of freedom at Ugu district, but it will be launched by the national government in the next week. Honorable members, the scourge of gender-based violence continues to rear its ugly head. We strongly denounce the recent incidents of gender-based violence and femicide that have shocked all of us. The tragic deaths of Dr. Zamambo Sipogazi Unity Mkhize and as well as the Durban Metro officer, Ms. Yolanda Kuzwayo, is a stark reminder of this urgent need for all of us as the society leaders to really fight the scourge in our society of gender-based violence. These two incidents have not only set to ripple the rippling shockwaves throughout the province and the country at large, but they are also a gruesome reminder that the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide remains a festering sore in our collective fabric as the society. At the same week, we saw a police who is stationed at Mpumalanga being arrested for harassing and molesting a young woman called Umtogo Mkhize. And thanks to the police Commissioner General Mkonazi, who ensured that that police is being arrested. It is also heartbreaking to hear about the senseless acts of violence against women, and our thoughts are with the families and their loved ones of the victims during this difficult time. We must come together as a society and the community to stand against the gender-based violence and femicide and work tirelessly to create a safer environment for every woman, regardless, every member of the society, regardless of their gender. During Dr. Mkhize's funeral in Hammarsdale during the weekend, we made an impassioned plea to our people of this province to join hands in stemming this rising tide of violence. It is crucial that we continue to raise awareness, educate, and implement effective measures to prevent such tragedies from occurring again in the future. Let us honor the memories of those departed, Dr. Mkhize, Yolanda Kuzwayo, and many others, by taking firm stand against gender-based violence and femicide, and by advocating for a society where everyone can live without fear of harm and discrimination against their gender. Honorable Speaker, we also wish to express our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the incident that happened when the Toyota Tears and the Toyota Fortuna on the R66 near Ulundi happened on the weekend. No family deserved to have a family member taken away so tragically. We have called on our structures to reach deep into their hearts and offer comfort to the families during this difficult moment. Equally, we trust that all our religious leaders and our communities, for their ability to provide spiritual guidance to the families in distress. We wish the two surviving victims who were taken to hospital a speedy recovery. Honorable members, as part of the government commitment to fighting the scourge of crime in the province, we handed over the essential tools of trade to help empower and better equip the functioning of the various voluntary community crime fighting structures in the province. This took place on the 5th of April in Durban. During our SOPA 2023, we made a clarion call for all members of the communities to play an active role in the noble cause of fighting crime and combating crime by joining community crime fighting structures and neighborhood watches, street committees, and street patrollers. Informed and guided by Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan, which promotes, amongst others, increased community participation and safety, involve the public in fighting against crime, building integrated safety approach. The provincial government and all members of the Executive Council joined hands and showed leadership in providing the resources for the provincial government and the communities of this province to ensure that we safeguard our communities. The provincial government has made positive strides to strengthen relations between the community crime fighting structures and law enforcement agencies. To this end, we unveiled and handed over 85 vehicles, equipment such as the patrol, the torches, the uniforms, the boots, the two-way radios, and many other working tools for these crime-fighting community members. These also included for communities that work in the rural communities, such as the CCPA, the Community Neighborhood Watchers, the Community Service, Community Safety Forums. Honorable members, Madam Speaker, our journey towards creating massive employment continues. We have partnered with the Department of Labor through a project called Labor Activation Program. The objective of Labor Activation Program are to enhance employability of unemployed through the training, enable entrepreneurship through enterprise development, preserve jobs. KwaZulu-Natal will hold its event next week, and we are going to be unveiling about more than 200,000 jobs that will be created through 49 projects that have been identified. And this will be done on the 15th of April by the members of the Executive Council with the Minister, as the Freedom Month will be ushering and launching this project to demonstrate the commitment of this government to ensure that our people indeed can demonstrate and show that freedom indeed was not free, by ensuring that the African National Congress-led government is demonstrating with practical step of showing our communities that we are committed to creating the much needed jobs for our communities. Thank you.
We're moving to item 5, the tabling of reports or papers. The first one being KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Budget Performance In-Year Monitoring Reports for the month of February 2024. Another one is the Portfolio Committee on Education Report, which is the 2024 School Functionality Monitoring Program Report, Early Childhood Development. The third one is a Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism Environmental Affairs. One Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism Report on the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023 in terms of Rule 223 of the Standing Rules. The second one is the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism Report on KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023 in terms of Rule 223 of the Standing Rules. The third one will be Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism Report on KwaZulu-Natal, Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023 in terms of Rule 223 of the Standing Rule, and the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism Report on the KwaZulu-Natal Road Fund Agency Bill 2023 in terms of Rule 223 of the Standing Rules. Another report will be from the Office of the Premier, Department of Premier Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Education Annual Performance Plan 2024-25, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Performance Plan 2024-2025, and Agribusiness Agency Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Sports, Arts and Culture Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, eThekwini Municipalities 2022-23 Financial Year Oversight Report and Final 2022-23 Annual Report, Ugu Municipality Oversight Report 2022-23 Financial Year and Council Resolution, Nongoma Local Municipality 2022-23 Financial Year Oversight Report and 2022-23 Annual Report, Umkungundlovu District Municipality 2022-23 Financial Year Oversight Report and 2022-23 Annual Report, 2022-23 Oversight Report on the 2022-23 Annual Report, Umlalazi Municipality 2022-23 Financial Year Oversight Report and 2022-23 Annual Report, and Big Five Sabisa Municipality 2022-23 Financial Year Oversight Report and 2022-23 Annual Report. Then on Department of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, Department of Community Safety and Liaison Annual Report 2024-25 and Department of Transport Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25. Moving to another report from Department of Public Works and Human Settlement Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Public Works Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Social Development Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Finance Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25, Department of Health Annual Performance Plan for 2024-25. Now moving to item 6, formal motions or notices by Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honored members. Yes, I do have a formal motion that I would like to raise as the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you. I'm not sure whether can I proceed.
You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The motion is a motion or resolution of the House concerning the adoption of the end of the 6th term institutional legacy report of the KZN Legislature as signed off by the Speaker as executive authority. This motion is a motion without notice move under Standing Rule 105 subsection 1G with unanimous concurrence of all members present in the House. The presiding officer is requested to put the motion to the vote for approval as a resolution of the House under Standing Rule 103 subsection 2, noting that 1, the sixth electoral term of the KZN legislature is coming to an end. 2, during the commencement of the term, the legislature adopted a 5-year strategic plan to guide its operations. 3, the attached end of the 6th term institutional legacy report for the KZN legislature covers a wide range of relevant topics for consideration by the incoming political administration to ensure smooth transition between legislative terms. 4, the end of the 6th term institutional report is now complete, and there is a need for the approval thereof by the House. Then this House resolved to approve the attached end of the 6th term institutional legacy report of the KZN legislature. I so move, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Now I have to check the concurrence. Once again, thank you for moving the motion without notice regarding the adoption of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature end of the 6th term institutional legacy report. So, honorable members, as this is a motion in terms of Rule 105, 1H, that is where a motion is dispensed with by the unanimous concurrence of all members present, we finally need to confirm that there is a unanimous concurrence of all members before we proceed to vote on the motion. So can I therefore first check with the parties that there is a concurrence that the motion may be moved without notice. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Starting with IFP.
Sicela somlomo ohloniphekile. Hlonishwa uSpeaker. Hlonishwa uNdunankulu. The IFP concurs.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The DA concurs.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The EFF concurs.
Followed by the NFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the National Freedom Party concurs and agrees that the motion be moved without notice. Thank you.
Minority Front. Minority Front.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Minority Front concurs.
Thank you. ACDP, we received an apology. ATM, we have received an apology. Therefore, we can go straight to the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC concurs.
Thank you. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? look like there is none. So I confirm that there is a unanimous concurrent that the motion may be moved without notice as required by the rule 1051H. We may now proceed to voting on the motion itself. I put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to approve the KwaZulu-Natal end of the sixth term institutional legacy report as read out by the Chief Whip. I will now go party by party again to obtain the vote now, and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I now go to IFP.
Sekela somlomo hloniphekile iqembu lenkathi inkululeko liyasekela.
The DA.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the DA supports the motion.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The EFF support the motion.
NFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the NFP supports the motion.
The Minority Front.
The MF supports the motion.
ACDP is not with us. ATM. I've apologized. The ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Revolutionary African National Congress of Oliver Tambo supports the motion.
Okay. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from the party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Mr. Speaker, the voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 68. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Okay. So, honorable members, I therefore formally declare this results of the vote as follows. Vote in favor, 68. Vote against, 0. Abstain, 0. The ayes have it. And that concludes the voting on the resolution of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature end of the sixth term institutional report. And then we may therefore continue with our order paper. Just a minute. Sorting out myself here. Order paper. Okay, before we continue with our order paper, I just want to remind honorable members that there is a message book that is being circulated where we just have each member is at liberty to write a message of how he has seen this sixth term as a record for this legislature. So we can then move with the orders of the day, which will be a debate and voting on the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023. Starting with the report by the Chairperson of Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee on KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023, Honorable Tombela. I'm giving you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, members of the Executive Council led by the Honorable Premier. This is a provisional ordinary bill which was duly introduced in the House by the MSC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in accordance with Rule 217 of the Standing Rules to give effect to the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The provincial government established the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Board and KwaZulu-Natal Liquor Authority by means of provincial legislation as provincial public entities. This law sets out the necessary regulatory framework for the gaming, betting, and horse racing industries and the liquor industry in order to support related economic activities and promote black economic empowerment. The provincial government subsequently resolved that it is in the interest of good governance to disestablish the separate and distinct accounting authorities of the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Board and KwaZulu-Natal Liquor Authority, and to create a single provincial public entity to be known as KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority, fully in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act, herein referred to as to be listed under Schedule 3C thereof. The consultation process, the Secretary of the Legislature published a bill in terms of Rule 218 for public comments for a period of 15 days in the Provincial Gazette. No comments were received. The bill was also published on the website of the Legislature to allow for any interested persons to forward their comments, and none were received. On the 2nd of November 2020, the Portfolio Committee convened a special virtual meeting to have a briefing from the department in terms of this Rule 221 of the Standing Rules. The Portfolio Committee resolved to cluster districts together and hold 4 public hearings at the following districts. It's Zululand in Kotane Community Hall, Cluster 1. The second cluster was held at Tegwini Metro. The third cluster at King Echwayo, and the fourth cluster at Umzingat. The public hearings of the bill were advertised on the following media platforms as outlined. The public hearings were satisfactorily attended by some relevant stakeholders and members of the public in all of the venues, although there were some concerns raised by the honorable members of the committee regarding the public participation on the bills and how the legislature organized the public hearings. The stakeholders present during the public hearings were requested to make written submissions to the legislature before the 1st of March 2024. Based on the above, honorable members, the engagement by all stakeholders confirmed concurrence in terms of the bill. In a special meeting on the 4th of April, the Portfolio Committee met, having raised the concerns one had alluded to earlier on, that the clustering of the different districts, because it does not promote effective public participation. The challenge is in inviting relevant stakeholders into the public hearings. The Portfolio Committee unanimously supported the report and the bill, and further resolved that the concerns raised on the public participation should be addressed moving forward in the 7th Parliamentary Administration. We therefore present, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, the unanimously adopted report by the Portfolio Committee on the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority 2023 bill, supported in this August House.
Thank you, Honorable Ntombela. We are now going to move to the debate on the bill, starting with the African National Congress. Honorable J.S. Ngumalo for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Velase, greetings to our Speaker, Mahubela, and greetings to our Premier, Nzwagele, our LOGP, and the Chairperson of the African National Congress in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Bingelele kakhulu Mthombeni, MECs present, honorable members, and the Secretary of the Legislature and the entire support staff team. Ngiyabingelela. Indeed, gaming, horse racing, betting, and liquor industries do not only provide entertainment and leisure for our people, but they also contribute significantly to the economy of our province. Our vibrant and internationally renowned gaming industry alone generates substantial revenue, contributing to job creation, tax revenue, and economic growth. This revenue helps support various sectors of the economy, including tourism, hospitality, and entertainment, making it a crucial pillar of our local economy as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honourable members, these industries also have a social impact on our communities as resources of entertainment and leisure for residents. It allows our citizens to unwind and enjoy themselves responsible in a safe and a controlled environment, which fosters a sense of community and strengthened social bonds or social cohesion. As guided by this progressive government of the African National Congress, these industries, through their boards, operate under a mandate of driving sustainable and inclusive economic growth through contributing to job creation and tourism, which underpins the provincial economic recovery plan. As a result, we have seen these industries contributing millions of rands to repair damaged schools, donate to non-governmental organizations, and support humanitarian efforts. Schools which were assisted included Amandlake Primary School in Umgungundlovu District, Ongane Combined School in Zululand, Lukasa Secondary School in Ilembe, and Mngangeni Secondary School in Ugu District, just to name but a few. As a result, we have seen these industries to play a pivotal role in advancing our transformation agenda within the gaming and betting industry. For instance, over the past year, we have seen successful allocation of funds to support initiatives aimed at promoting broad-based Black economic empowerment, skills development, and job creation. Through strategic partnership and collaboration with industry stakeholders, we have witnessed tangible progress in diversifying ownership, promoting entrepreneurship, and increasing the participation of historically disadvantaged individuals. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as a result, we have seen the Black Industrialist Program, which has provided targeted support, including access to funding, mentorship, and capacity building opportunities through programs, has facilitated emergence of successful Black-owned businesses within these industries, promoting economic inclusion and driving sustainable economic growth. Honourable members, these accomplishments are not automatic, but are in line with the collective wisdom, resolutions, and policies, and the manifesto of the African National Congress, which is the leader of our society and the leader of our government today. It is the ANC that has long envisioned the potential of such industries to drive economic growth of our province and supported them through various initiatives and programs to work towards realizing that potential. And this KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill is part of such initiatives and programs. In line with the ANC central pillar of fostering inclusivity and diversity towards driving economic growth to create a truly non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society, this bill aims to establish an independent regulatory authority that will oversee and manage the economic activities within the province of KwaZulu-Natal, with the ultimate goal of promoting sustainable economic growth and economic development. Honourable members, this bill further aligns with the ANC commitment to promoting social justice and equitable development. By regulating these mentioned economic sectors, the bill aims to ensure that all citizens have access at affordable prices, further reflecting the ANC broader policy on promoting economic empowerment and improving the lives of all South Africans, particularly those who have been historically disadvantaged, which is the first priority of our election manifesto. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, this bill also reflects the ANC commitment to good governance and transparency in economic decision-making, as establishing an independent regulatory authority will ensure that economic decisions are made in a fair and transparent manner, free from undue influence or corruption, which is our priority number 5 of our election manifesto. I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Numado. We are now moving to the Speaker from the IFP, Honourable Kotane, for 5 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, honourable members of this House, the Secretary to the Legislature. It is my singular honour to represent the IFP in this important debate at the last physical sitting of this House. If we look back to 2019, when we were all elected to represent the wishes and aspirations of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, it is important to pause and say we were true representatives of the people of this province. On the 29th of May, the voters of KwaZulu-Natal will speak through their votes to vote into office for another 5 years. Those the voters believe were true representatives who carried the mandate to fulfill the aspirations of the voters as they existed in 2019. Those parties that failed to represent the aspirations of the voters to the satisfaction of voters will be thrown out of the bus by the voters of this province. All of us in this House were elected to serve the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Those of us who will gain the trust of the voters on the 29th of May, 2024 will get another opportunity to serve the people of this province, and serve they must. The IFP humbles itself to the voters of this province and stands ready to remain true to the call made by the founder of the IFP, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, that the IFP must be a weapon in the hands of the voters of this province to be of service to them. Hence the IFP slogan, trust us to work for you. You, the voter, you, the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Coming back to the proceedings of this Honourable House today, the IFP welcomes the initiative to introduce this bill, which seeks to consolidate the KwaZulu-Natal Gaming and Betting Board and KwaZulu-Natal Liquor Authority into a single provincial public entity to be known as KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority. Inasmuch as we support the proposed bill, it is our responsibility as the members of this House to express some very few concerns that we raised during the public hearings and perhaps offer recommendations where we can. With that being said, there are substantive and procedural issues that I would like to express on behalf of the IFP. The first substantive issue is the election of board members in the public entities. This was raised by Ms. Tholakale Makubane, who said, when electing board members, we quote, please select members who are competent and not people who know nothing about the business, close quote. We therefore strongly believe that in the proposed public entity, the process of electing board members should be much stricter, and there should be assurance that each and every person who serves on the board has a proven track record in the field. The second substantive issue is that the proposed entity should be equipped enough to deal with corruption in public entities and the mushrooming of issue of fraudulent liquor licenses in the province. The issue of corruption concerns many citizens of this province and the country at large. Furthermore, we are concerned with the fact that the KZN Liquor Authority has been accused by business people, including the well-established Imbokan Consulting Company, of working at sluggish pace, which has caused frustration for business owners who have been unable to sell alcohol because of a backlog in the process of applications, with some applications taking up to 12 months to be approved. Now that the KZN Liquor Authority is to be established, consolidated with the KZN Gaming and Betting Board, is the executive aware of the fact that this means more work for staff members in the proposed consolidated entity? Is the executive adequately equipped with staff members that are going to be professional and efficient in carrying out these duties? These are just basic questions that we believe the department should take into consideration if it has not done so already. The IFP is concerned about what was said by the public at the public hearings, and what is evident from the report is that there is room for improvements in terms of how the executive invites people for public comment on whatever bill that needs to be commented upon. Inviting comments of the people in the province by using websites and newspapers should be complemented with the use of social media, where many of the younger generation of today choose to use as a platform of communication. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kunene. We are now moving to the DA. Honorable Ashu Debu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Honorable Premier. I greet you in the glorious name of the Democratic Alliance. The effective opposition here today in the House that will certainly, with our friends, the big elephants, become the next leaders of KwaZulu-Natal after the 29th of May, 2024. But elephants are cute. But I digress. You see, Honorable Chairperson, this is going to be one of the last speeches that I make in this House, because I shall be leaving it after the election. But unlike some people in the ANC, I'll be leaving voluntarily. I won't be kicked out and left off the list like some of your comrades are today, which is quite interesting. So let me greet you by saying Maibuye. And I think that is the word that is striking fear in everybody within the ANC at the moment, because we're discussing horse racing and betting, and I tell you, it might be a two-horse race. You know, it's the IFP and the DA and our partnership that we have, our friendship against the ANC, but for the ANC, it might just be a four-horse race, because now we've got Mkhonto Wesizwe coming in there. So I don't know how your gaming and betting skills are, Honorable MEC, but I would put money on the DA if I was you. So, to get back to the substantial motion that we have here, or the actual legislation, I must just comment and say that the words good governance and the ANC was used in the same sentence. Now, from that, it's quite ironic, because in the past 30 years of governance, we've seen nothing but bad governance from the ANC. And that is why, in the Western Cape, where the Democratic Alliance governs, the ANC has all but fallen flat. There are no more branches there. I heard this morning a commentator from the ANC trying to defend what good things the ANC did there, but it really has fallen flat. And that is exactly what is going to happen within KwaZulu-Natal. Once the ANC is defeated, all of these pieces of legislation will be left to the Democratic Alliance and our friends to enact. And enact we shall, which means that the corruption which continues to plague the Liquor Licensing Authority and the entities must come to an end. Another thing that will have to come to an end, and we do agree with this legislation, by the way, but another thing that must come to an end is that the new MEC for ETIA will not have carte blanche, as the current MEC has had, to change CEOs, hire and fire as they please, change HODs, reshuffle the playing boards, and basically just realign people for political expediency. That is certainly not something that happens under the watch of the Democratic Alliance. Because with Democratic Alliance, we believe that the right people that have the right skill set should be put into the right job. And it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter whether you are politically connected or not. And it doesn't matter whether you have struggle credentials, which is so important, even though I question how many people in this room today have struggle credentials. But anyway, it doesn't matter, because those people who are fit for purpose will be put into the positions where they need to be put into. So, I digress again, but then again, I do enjoy my work. Let me just say that as I finalize this debate, that there needs to be more attention paid. I've obviously got hit a nerve because there's a lot of uproar at the moment. There needs to be more attention paid to the licensing of liquor within KwaZulu-Natal. It's a social and economic scourge, and there is far too much GBV which is caused by liquor-based activities. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's receive a speaker from the EFF. Honorable H.P. Chiliza for 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yebo. Yes. But we'd like to see your face. We'd like to see your face first. We'd like to see your face first. Yeah.
Can you see my face?
Yeah.
All right.
Pardon? If you've got a problem with the network.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters in the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports this bill, which seeks to provide for the dissolution of the KZN Gaming Board and the Liquor Authority and the transfer of powers. Given the history of corruption and maladministration, where the KZN Gaming Board had granted operating licenses without the necessary legislative mandates, and given the history of corruption within the KZN Liquor Authority, where the liquor outlets had been issued with fraudulent liquor licenses. We think this is a good move, as it will also regulate both these entities in accordance with the applicable national legislation. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, EFF. We now move to NFP for 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP supports and welcomes the bill as it seeks to establish the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority as a Schedule 3C provincial public entity that will be responsible for the governance and regulation of the gaming, horse racing, betting, and liquor industries in the province under the support of the authority. However, the NFP has some concerns about the pricing determinations from multiple transportation entities under a single regulator's control, because it will be a very big change. Thank you.
Thank you, NFP. Now, let's receive the debate from the minority front. Honorable Esther Karosh-Bansi for 1 minute. Honorable Rashbansi, can you unmute?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The consolidation of the bills are noted and supported for cost efficiency. In terms of good regulations, Honorable Speaker, the MF reproposes the increasing of age controls to 21 years from 18 years for our youth to buy alcohol, because we have to balance economic revenue generation to morality and capacity building first. With these words, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. MF is supposed to have a speaker from ATM, it's not in the house. The following one was supposed to be from ACDP, it's not in the house. Therefore, we are going to have a speaker from the ANC, which is Honorable J.S. Nxumalo.
Mahlome. Mahlome. Well, I'm responding to Honorable Debor, unfortunately, to say that the ANC is still going to come back in KwaZulu-Natal victorious, winning more than 55% in majority. So we are coming back. Siabuya. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker Mvelase. KwaZulu-Natal, as well as South Africa as a whole, through its progressive policies that has promoted growth and development, this government has attracted a lot of local and foreign investments, leading to job creation and economic prosperity. To paint a clear picture, over the last 5 years, for instance, South Africa has managed to raise more than 1.5 trillion rands in new investments commitments, of which over 500 billion has already flowed into our economy. Beyond these progressive policies, since 1994, the African National Congress has led the way to provide an integrated, holistic approach to improving infrastructure to support businesses and business growth. This includes investments in a world-class transformation, telecommunication, and energy infrastructure, which have helped businesses to operate more efficiently and effectively. This has not only facilitated economic growth and diversification, but has also provided more needed access to the people, to services, facilities, and opportunities, which impacted directly to the strategic objective of our national democratic revolution. That included the need to deepen democracy, expand our people's well-being, and to create a better life for all our people in an environment of growth and international cooperation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, furthermore, this progressive government led by the African National Congress has also promoted and immensely supported skills development and education in creating this conducive business environment in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. Prioritizing education and skills development, this progressive ANC-led government has created a talented and competitive workforce which has attracted businesses to our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, above that, in understanding the ever-changing landscape of gaming, horse racing, betting, and liquor industry, from regulatory changes to shifting consumer preferences, the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill aims to address these challenges and provide a framework for the effective regulation and management of these industries. One of the primary challenges faced by the gaming industry is the increasing competition from online and mobile platforms. The convenience and accessibility of these platforms have led to a decline in traditional brick and mortar casinos, forcing them to adapt their business models to remain relevant. The KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill thus seeks to address this challenge by establishing a regulatory framework that ensures fair and responsible gaming practices, protecting both consumers and industry stakeholders. The betting industry has also faced its share of challenges, particularly with the increasing prevalence of illegal and unregulated betting activities. This for instance, not only poses a threat to the legitimate businesses, but also exposes consumers to potential harm. This bill therefore seeks to address this by establishing a comprehensive regulatory framework that ensures the integrity and fairness of the betting industry. Honorable members, even the liquor industry has faced challenges related to the public health and safety concern, as well as changes in consumer preferences and so on. This bill aims to address these challenges by implementing stricter regulations on the production, distribution, and the sale of alcoholic beverages, and ensure that the industry operates in a responsible and in a sustainable manner. All this aligns closely with the economic prioritizations or priorities outlined in the ANC 2024 manifesto. The primary objective to establish a regulatory authority that will oversee and coordinate the economic activities within the province of KwaZulu-Natal, with a focus on promoting investment, supporting SMMEs, and ensure that the efficient and sustainable use of the province resources, and the establishment of the regulatory body with the power to develop and enforce regulation, as well as implementation of mechanisms to facilitate stakeholder engagement and public participation in the economic decision-making processes, are all consistent with the ANC emphasis on strengthening the regulatory environment and promoting inclusive economic development. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, all these prove beyond reasonable doubts that the realization of much needed broader economic transformation remains within reach under this government to ensure that people-led government delivers to its people in terms of economic growth. Mahlome Isase. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Can I get a response from Honorable Ntombela? For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Depor, you took a correct decision by retiring, because in all probabilities, chances were very slim for you to come back next term. There will be lesser seats for the Democratic Alliance. That I'm sure often you are aware of yourself. Members, few things what I would like to highlight. There is a criteria for selecting board members. That criteria also look into the competency, the qualifications, and the experience of those individuals in the particular field or sector they are presenting themselves to be members of the body thereof. So the process we're undertaking will come to ensure that you take that to the higher level. What the skill we'll be looking at now should be compatible not only with the issues of liquor authority, but the broader issues, because it's not only an entity focusing on one subject now, it's on two aspects. It's got the responsibility of setting up a new entity altogether, employing new personnel, working on a process of placing even those who are within the system itself. So it's going to be a process which will ensure that the best amongst those you have serve in this entity. This process started almost from the fourth administration. I'm sure Babu Mpepet and others about Dala will recall. So it's been a thorough process. It's not a process someone who ends and goes you end of. So it has been thorough. Hence, at the end of this term, now we can say we can conclude this process. The last one, Chair, Honorable Makoti, online there. One issue I think at some point in society we must take responsibility of. It is not the role of the government who's not the role of the government ukuthi ingane yakwakhe yakumthethwa lekhaya awubuyi after 6 ebusuku. Lekhaya umusa ingane ekhulayo esafunda ehlala lekhaya awuzophuza uhlala emajointini. It can't be the role of the government. Once you renege your responsibility as a parent and you say uhulumeni emakhulisela ingane, then you shall look uhulumeni ngayo yonke into angahlangene nayo uhulumeni. There are laws governing who can enter the tavern. Kunemithetho yasekhaya ethi ekhaya kaNtombela ingane ubuye ekhaya ebusuku ngo-6. Ayikho ingane ngokuthi ingane idakiwe isahlala kulomuzi wakaNtombela ikhuliswa la ekhaya. Mhlazana iyasebenza yanendlu yayo ke yahlala endaweni yayo hayi. Kodwa yazi uma ile ekhaya ayizokwazi ukwenza lokho. So asimuseni ukushiya umsebenzi wethu okhulisa ingane sobeke ekhulumeni ngoba kuone kahulumeni. Siyabonga Hlahlo.
Thank you. Can we now receive a response by MEC for Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs to debate Honorable S.A. Duma for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for once again affording us this opportunity. Let us greet the Premier of our province, Zwagele, the collective and the entire August House this morning. And let us thank all the members who have participated in this critical debate, which is going to shape and the posture and the outlook of the economic transformation of our beloved province called KwaZulu-Natal. I'm sure almost all the accolade coming from members is duly because they understand the thrust and the principle of this presentation, Honorable Speaker. Unfortunately, it is at the tail end of our 6th term, so each member must articulate his diversity of what he wish, even the wishful thinking of politics instead of focusing on the bill at hand. In fact, it's a selective attention that Honorable Dipur has changed and attained a new license of becoming a pilot. Uyagma green pastures because of his skin, not that because he deserves. He's able to gain the hours. It's easy for him because he's a trust fund member, unlike some of us who are coming from nothing. So it's easy for him just to talk anyhow. Honorable Speaker, the Economic Regulatory Authority will usher in a new era of growth and prosperity. We'll want to thank Vosferasi, the role that has been played in particular by MEC Zigalala in his era, MEC Pillay, and MEC Dube Ngube, who is now our Premier. Densely, they've contributed immensely towards this rationalization. Indeed, it is going to assist this beloved province of KwaZulu-Natal. Let me also thank the chair, Umahlobo. At least I've spoken to him at some point in time, Honorable Premier, that he was the chairperson when this initial process started. He is now back in the portfolio just to finish what was started at that particular time. And I'm glad he's also highlighting the length and breadth of all these boards is composed of giants, men and women of valors. If you can just cite one chairperson, it is a former Director General of South Africa, Dr. Cassius Lubis, the only person we know who's a doctor of mathematics in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. If then you don't think they are diverse deserving, I'm sure we're all aware that at the DA it's easy to be a standard 10 and you lead that organization only because you are white. So there is no criteria, there is no qualification. They just qualify because of their birthright. Importantly, this sitting is timely because it takes place a few days after hosting the GRAF conference at Spa Casino. This was a gathering of regulators and key role players in gaming and betting industry. In our welcoming address, we highlighted the fact that this industry collected more than 724 million for service delivery and invested more than 2 billion in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The issue of regulation of the industry was debated very strongly. Fortunately, as the province, we have moved with the speed to ensure that this industry is regulated in the interest of the people. We just have to highlight as well, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, that for our part, we'll ensure that emerging entrepreneurs in the gaming and betting industry can apply for funding up to 100 million, which is the first thing to pioneer such a radical intervention in the province. The Black Industrial Program and Transformation Fund will actively promote the participation of previously marginalized groups, and we want to encourage Blacks, Africans in particular, to partake and guard this thing jealously. Honorable members must understand that now is the time of Shangana no mama nje wesemakhaya umthole sene-bingo machine, umthole senama-shares in a casino, umthole seyingxenye kwi-retail of the Liquor Authority, as opposed to be consumers only of these good things. Now is the time that we must also participate even in the means of production of these things, because South Africa is going to be shaped at this level. We've contributed as well, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that those who sell the counterfeit liquor, we need to take those licenses and we deal harshly with those people through our inspectors. We want to assist them to start operation and to buy much needed infrastructure and the cutting edge technology in line with the digital economic revolutions. The new agents will also assist to ensure strong enforcement of regulations against harmful canning. This will also apply to the liquor industry. We are glad that all honorable members, the journey that have taken is going to usher us forward. Now is the time, and I'm glad Honorable Premier Dube Ncube ngesikhathi sakho sekwazile ukuyiqedela i-rationalization ebese ithathe isikhathi esiningi ukuthi yenzeke. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023. The House now needs to vote on the bill. So, as per the request of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee, I now put to the question to the House in terms of the rules of the sitting of the House by visual means, wherein the voting will be conducted per party, with each party vote counting as the number of members of that party present at the visual sitting. So going straight to the voting. So those in support of the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023, I'll start with the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The IFP supports.
Thank you, IFP. DA?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the bill.
Thank you, DA. EFF?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF supports.
MF?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF supports.
ACDP is not in the House. ATM is not in the House. ANC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC supports.
NFP, sorry, my apology. I jumped at...
It's Prophet, Deputy Speaker. The NFP supports.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Vote of all parties. So is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote, or to abstain? 1, 2, 3, none. So if there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Votes in favor, 70. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no.
Okay, honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results for the vote as follows. Vote in favor, 70. Vote against, 0. Abstention, 0. It is recorded that the KZN Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023 is supported. So I'll go to the Secretary to please read the bill into the record.
The KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill 2023.
Thank you. So we can now move to the next debate on the other paper, which is the debate on the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023. May I call upon Mahlobo, Honorable Mahlobo.
Thank you, Honorable
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council present, Honorable members, the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee report on the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a provincial ordinary bill which was duly introduced in the House by the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism in accordance with Rule 217 of Standing Rules to provide for the establishment of the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism Film and Authority in order to effect the governance and regulation of the tourism sector and audiovisual industry in the province under the auspices of KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority, to provide for the dissolution of the KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission and KwaZulu-Natal Tourism Authority, and the transfer of the powers and functions and duties of the former commission and the former authority to the KwaZulu-Natal Film and KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority, to repeal the KZN Film Commission Act of 2010 and KZN Tourism Act of 1996. The consultation process started having published the bill in terms of Rule 218 for a period of 15 days for comment in the Provincial Gazette. No comments were received. The bill was published on the website of the KZN Legislature to allow for any interested persons or parties to forward their comments. On the 2nd of November 2023, the Portfolio Committee convened a special virtual meeting to have a briefing from the Provincial Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The Portfolio Committee clustered the hearings to 4 public hearings, which took place on the 2nd of February, the 9th of February, the 16th of February, and the 23rd of February. The public hearings were advertised in the following media: KZN Legislature website, Zululand Observer, A2 Paywatch, and Amachuba A2. The public hearings were satisfactorily attended by some relevant stakeholders and members of the public in all the venues. Although there were some concerns raised by honorable members, again, as I mentioned earlier on the public participation on the bill and how the public hearings were organized. The stakeholders present during the public hearings were requested to make written submissions before the 1st of March. In conclusion, the Economic Development Tourism convened a special meeting on the 4th of April 2024 to deliberate and consider a portfolio committee report on the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023 as a true reflection of the public hearings conducted in different districts. The honorable members of the committee raised the following concerns and observations with regard to the public participation. There is a general concern with regard to the clustering of different districts, but it does not promote effective public participation and exclude participation from other communities when the venue chosen very far to access. There are challenges in inviting relevant stakeholders into public hearings, and as a result, the stakeholders who come into public hearings do not engage with the technical aspect of the bills, and the stakeholders who attend public hearings do not come prepared to engage on the bills. For example, the public hearing at Osizo in Community Hall, there were no comments received when the presentation on the bill was done. The Portfolio Committee members present during the meeting unanimously supported the report of the bill and further resolved that the concerns raised on the public participation should be addressed by the next administration of the Provincial Legislature. We hereby hereby table the report, the final bill, and explanatory memorandum. The committee unanimously supported the bill and recommend that the KZN Tourism Film Authority Bill be supported by this August House.
Thank you. Now let's move to the speaker from the ANC, Honorable Nkosazana Zungu.
Ngibonge somlomo ngibingelele onke amalunga akhethekile. From the stunning natural landscapes to rich cultural heritage, KwaZulu-Natal undoubtedly offers a unique and captivating array of experiences that draw visitors from around the world, which in turn continues to play a significant role in shaping our province's economy. Our breathtaking and crown jewels, Drakensberg Mountain, Ismangaliso Wetland Park, President beaches along the Indian Ocean coastline attract a diverse range of outdoor enthusiasts from hikers and mountaineers to beachgoers and wildlife enthusiasts. Honorable members, beyond this natural splendor, our province is also blessed with a very rich cultural heritage that is deeply rooted in the Zulu tradition. Through it, we boast numerous cultural attractions, including the Shagaland Cultural Village, which offers visitors a glimpse into the Zulu way of life. Singawukhohlwa kanjani umkhosi womhlanga, where our young Zulu maiden participate in a traditional dance, drawing both local and international visitors. This diverse range, honorable members, contributes immensely to our province's GDP, generating employment opportunities and supporting various industries such as hospitality, transportation, and retail. According to the South African Tourism Annual Report, KwaZulu-Natal receives over 4.5 million domestic and international tourists, contributing to the province's economic growth and development through, amongst others, fostering the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises, which play a crucial role in the local economy. This business, ranging from tour operators and accommodation providers to craft vendors and restaurant cater to the diverse needs of tourists, creating employment opportunities and generating revenue for the province. These benefits are a direct result of the ANC-led government crucial role in the fostering of the growth of the sector through the implementation of targeted policies and initiatives such as this bill. For instance, the government has invested heavily in the development of infrastructure such as the construction of modern airports, roads, and transportation network, which have made it easier for tourists to access the region. Honorable Speaker, all members can attest to the fact that this progressive government has also provided continues to provide financial incentive and support to tourism-related businesses, encouraging them to invest in the region and create new job opportunities. Recognizing the importance of preserving the natural environment in KwaZulu-Natal, which has been the key in drawing tourists, we have seen the visionary government implementing a range of environmental protection measures, such as establishment of national parks and nature reserves, as well as the promotion of sustainable tourism practices. Indeed, these efforts have not helped to conserve the province's natural beauty, but have also contributed to the long-term sustainability of the tourism industry. This, in turn, has ensured that tourism remains a key source of revenue for the province, generating billions of rand in the economic activity each year. Now, beyond that, honorable members, this government is enacting a bill that has massive potential to increase investment and development of tourism and audiovisual industries. As created a dedicated agency to champion these sectors, the provincial government could lead the allocation of more resources to the implementation of targeted incentives, thus fostering a collaboration between industry stakeholders. This agency will be tasked with facilitating communication and cooperation between various stakeholders, including government entities, industry associations, and individual businesses, which will lead to the development of more cohesive and effective strategies for promoting the province, as well as the identification of resolution of common challenges faced by the business in these industries, with the primary aim of promoting the growth and development of the tourism and audiovisual industries within KwaZulu-Natal province. This will attract more visitors to the province, which will support local business and create a new employment opportunity. We certainly look forward to seek key objectives of this bill being realized, such as positioning KwaZulu-Natal as a premier destination for both domestic and international tourists. This will involve the development of new tourism products and experiences, the promotion of province's natural and cultural heritage, and enhancement of overall visitors' experience. Indeed, this government continues to take significant steps towards demonstrating its commitment to the growth and development. Qhuba khongolosa, abantu bathembe wena. Ngiyabonga Somdumbu.
Thank you. Now let's get the speaker from the IFP, Honorable P. Govender.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to debate the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority Bill, which seeks to disestablish the KZN Film Commission and the KZN Tourism Authority with a view to transfer their powers, functions, and duties to the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority. Combining these two entities will serve to streamline their functions and hopefully to be more effective in serving the needs of the audiovisual sector as well as the tourism fraternity. The number of entities within the Department of Economic Development and Tourism presently is not ideal. If this move is effectively rolled out, it should also serve to reduce costs. As IFP, we have certain concerns regarding the transfer of existing staff within the entities as visioned in Section 39(1) of the bill. Job security during these trying economic times must be a concern for existing staff, and I hope that the welfare of these staff who have served the respective entities will be taken into account as the restructuring takes place. Therefore, it is of vital importance that the prescripts as set down in the Labour Relations Act number 66 of 1995 are adhered to so as not to see the department being faced with legal challenges. Honorable Deputy Speaker, since tourism is a major contributor to the economy of KwaZulu-Natal, it is encouraging to note that Chapter 10 of the bill makes specific reference to and sets the tone with regard to the responsibilities of tourism operators and the audiovisual content creators. These two sectors have a major role to play with regard to enhancing and promoting the image and economy of our province. It is therefore imperative that they collaborate and dovetail their efforts towards growing the tourism sector, while at the same time assisting artists across all genres in the audiovisual sector. In terms of Section 13C of the bill, the MEC may appoint one or more employees of the department to attend meetings of the board on his or her behalf. Whilst this will assist in keeping the MEC appraised of matters pertaining to the affairs of the entity, it will not be wise to appoint more than one person to serve such purpose. It is also important that competent and knowledgeable persons are appointed to serve on the board. This issue was raised very sharply during the public hearings because communities out there were very concerned that people who don't have the requisite knowledge represent them on the board. Representatives from both sectors stressed that only people who have knowledge and experience should be appointed to the board, and such members must be representative of all sectors as contemplated in the bill. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must express our disquiet about the planning of the public hearings. It is unacceptable that public hearings are scheduled in certain districts and people are invited to attend, but they have not been informed or educated about the bill. We found that in some instances, many people attended the public hearings but were seeing the bill for the first time when they walked into the venue, and our chairperson alluded to that when he spoke just now. There are also complaints about the translations into isiZulu that were not accurate and led to some confusion. It became obvious that as a legislature, we do not put people first. As a result, people were left behind and were not able to make meaningful contribution into the bill. In order for public participation to be effective, our people must be appraised about the contents of the bill and how the changes might affect their lives or the entities that they serve. Holding public hearings just to tick the box is not the way to go, as it only serves to deceive people and damage the image of the legislature. Understanding the technical aspects and making meaningful inputs is the way that people can effectively contribute to these bills. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to receive the debate from the DA, Honorable Ashu Dibu, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me just start at the outset by saying that this is my microphone, Honorable Chairperson, and nobody should come and take it out of my hand, please. All right, I think as long as I'm protected, Honorable Chair. We wouldn't want another royal scandal on our hands today. Then again, the Honorable Premier is looking at me strangely, so I'm not sure if I need to protect my microphone from the Honorable Premier. Oh my goodness, it certainly has been a fantastic 5 years being here with you. Let me just say that the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee has been fabulous, and under the leadership of the various chairpersons, I think that we have achieved a lot. There's no doubt about that. We must be honest with that. It's therefore, and I think a sentiment that is shared by all members of the Portfolio Committee, that every single public engagement we have had when it comes to lawmaking, which is one of the fundamental and cornerstones of this legislature, has been unfortunately flawed. And everybody within the committee shares that. It's unacceptable that the public participation process into legislation that is really vitally important in growing the economy is very often not well organized or not well attended. And it's unfortunate when we have people who come to public participation process where we are discussing the tourism and the audiovisual aspect of a province, but people come and speak about, well, I have a pothole in my road, or I don't have water, or I don't have a job opportunity. Of course, in the Western Cape, those kind of things don't really occur much, because in the Western Cape, the opportunities and the real jobs that are grown in the Western Cape, I believe at last count it was 300,000 real jobs. And then, of course, no, there's jobs within Manenberg, there's jobs within those places too. Across the board, there are jobs being grown in the Western Cape. But I think I must concede, Honourable Chair, far too often as the Democratic Alliance, we focus on the Western Cape. So in the other, is it 35 municipalities where we govern? We grow jobs there too. Guess what? So the Democratic Alliance is not the Western Cape. The Democratic Alliance governs more cities than any other political party besides the ANC, and that is set to change in 2026. And here in KZN, of course, our friends across there govern more than what the ANC does. But then again, I digress, because I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you. You're giving me so much good content here, Honourable Premier. Let me put my glasses on. Listen carefully now. So, I was supposed to start by saying Maibuye, because that is the theme song for 2024. And very often, the spear of the nation, or shall we say the spear of KwaZulu-Natal, is a very good thing, because a spear can be a dangerous thing, but at the same time, it can be used like a surgeon's scalpel. So I'm hoping in the next term of office, that spear will come, and the Democratic Alliance will be that spear. And it will come, and it will take ownership, and it will start incising and looking at the corruption and the unauthorized expenditure that has been happening in tourism KZN. And we'll start looking at some of the CEOs and the CFOs. You can come for my microphone, but it belongs to me. So, and we'll start really getting to the core and the heart of what has been going on in these entities. So beware, the spear of the DA is coming.
The next speaker is from the EFF. Honorable Manjinga.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Ngibingelele wonke amalunga endlu ngokuhloniphekile. The EFF supports the bill which aims to dissolve the KZN Film Commission and the KZN Tourism Authority.
Just hold on. What's going on there? Okay, can start.
Thank you, Speaker. As well as the transfer of power, function, and duties to the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Audiovisual Agency. This will allow to ease regulation of the tourism and audiovisual industry in the province, since these are both important component of the arts and the tourism sector. This is commended as it will also enable the agency to exercise oversight and consequence management, taking into account that the KZN Film Commission is currently being investigated by the SIU on allegation of serious maladministration, unauthorized, irregular expenditure, malpractice, corruption, and fraud dating back to as early as 2017. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, EFF. Let's move now to the NFP. Honorable CM Shinga for 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP supports and welcomes the bill as the main objective for the merger and consolidation of the KZN's entities are to achieve cost reduction and financial sustainability, improve operational efficiency, increase performance, as well as improve governance, transparency, and accountability. The primary reason for merging of the KZN FC and TKZN in particular is that both organizations are active in promoting and marketing KZN as a travel destination. As a result, the goal of the merger is to establish synergies between the two. By integrating them, overhead expenses like office space and board fees might be decreased, leading to increased efficiency. They would also have more access to an expanded spectrum of marketing expertise. Therefore, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, NFP. Minority Front.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This bill is welcomed in terms of consolidation of the two bills. For cost efficiency and to cater for audiovisual advancements, as there are newer, more popular platforms for our artists and entrepreneurs to take advantage of. The only caution for our developing country and democracy is regulations that must occur simultaneously in other bills, like the National Electronic Communications Act. With these words, the MF supports the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill. Thank you.
Honorable Takarosh Pansi, now we move to ATM, not in the House, ACDP, not in the House, ANC, Honorable MP Zungu.
Phinde ngibonge somlomo. With the vitality of the tourism sector and audiovisual industry in the economic and social landscape of our province, and its potential and its potential to drive economic growth, create employment opportunities, and foster cultural exchange. It is absolutely imperative that we continue to implement more effective governance, management, and administrative practices. Indeed, effective governance is the cornerstone of success of all our sectors and industries, as it leads to the development of policies and regulations that promote the sustainable growth of these industries. For instance, the effective governance can undoubtedly implement policies that encourage ecotourism and the preservation of cultural heritage, ensuring that the benefits of the tourism sector are distributed equitably and the negative impacts such as environmental degradation and cultural displacement are minimized. Similarly, in the audiovisual industry, effective governance can lead to the development of policies that support the production and distribution of local content, that's fostering cultural identity and promoting the province's creative talent. Proper administration also plays a vital role in supporting the governance and management. Such administration in the tourism sector will ensure that the necessary infrastructure such as transportation and accommodation is in place and well maintained, as well as the audiovisual industry, such as administration, will ensure that the necessary resources such as equipment and personnel are available and properly allocated. We thus commend our government once again, the government of the ANC, for the introduction of this bill, which will ensure the growth and sustainability of these industries is guaranteed through effective governance, management, and administration, thus ensuring that it continues to significantly contribute to the economic and social development of the province. Furthermore, the alignment of the bill with the ANC policy approach is evident. Also on the bill's focus on further development of the sectors, which directly supports the ANC continued emphasis on leveraging this industry to drive economic growth and create employment opportunities, as outlined in the NDP and the creative industry sector strategy. It is also evident that the bill's emphasis on promoting the participation of historically disadvantaged individuals and small, medium, and micro enterprises in the tourism and audiovisual sectors, which directly aligns with the ANC's commitment to redressing the legacy of apartheid and fostering inclusive economic development. Honorable members, the coherence and alignment between the KZN Tourism and Audiovisual Agency Bill and the ANC's policy commitments and initiative reflects comprehensive and strategic approach to leverage the potential of the tourism and creative industry to contribute to the country's overall development and transformation. And by this establishment, dedicated agency to support the growth and transformation of these sectors in KZN province, the bill demonstrates the government's commitment to translating its policy objectives into a tangible actions and interventions at the provincial level. We are Kuba, Bantu Bagit, let us do more together. Honorable Ugavenda Lapana, uthi ANC, ayibabeka abantu eqhulwini. Angazi-ke noma sothamampunge noma yini, because all we know is that all the ANC MPLs are doing that which ANC tells them to do. They are very active in their constituencies. One might ask whether you are failing to do your work in your constituencies for not educating the people and think bonke abantu benza njalo. Ishwa-ke abantu abanalo ukuthi bayikhethele abantu. Mase bekhethile bakhethe abantu nje ungabathatha ngokuthi ayikho into abayenza noma bazofanele ukuthi balindele ukuthi benzeni. We are the government of the ANC that have come up with Ibatu-Pile principle. We can't be the one that violates it. So-ke singasho sithi vukani emaqandeni mangabe kukuthi umsebenzi wama-constituency ukufundisa abantu ngamabhili asuke ezoba khona aniwenzi niqale njengamanje niwenza. Another stand-up comedian uDipori usuka nje njalo la afuna ukuthi sihleke. Asisibonge nje indaba ukuthi every time masekhona uyasenza isihleke ngoba into osuke ikhuluma kusecaca ukuthi usuke ungaziprepare futhi usuke ungamisani nanento ufanele ukhulume ngayo. Kodwa ke abantu ke bakubeka siyabadabukela ukuthi bakhetha bathi bakhetha umuntu ozobamela kodwa ungabameli osuke ezodlala esikhundleni sokuthi azosebenza liba lozosinisa amahlezi. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you. We are now going to receive a response from Honorable Ntombela for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members, for your input. Honorable Speaker, I think as part of the reflections for the sixth administration, the next administration, the seventh administration, need to do more in regard to public participation units in the legislature. It has been an area of concern for some of us which have been here for quite a while now, that we tend to do a tick box exercise, desktop exercise, when we do these public hearings. You would have advertised in the newspaper, you would have informed municipality, you organize the transport and food, then you think you are done with your responsibility. You forget that when you invite people for these public hearings, some of them have got a specific audience which is targeted toward it. For this public hearing, you have to get people within the tourism industry, you have to get people within the film industry. There is a beehive of that sector in KZN. Umkoka playing on TV right now is from KZN here. It is by here to Depen Jam, you can count the number of them. Many of the prime of those actors are from KZN. Those are the individuals you would have expected to see when you had this public hearing, to engage with, to get their views, to get their concerns, and how we can shape the film industry in KZN to take us somewhere, to compete with Cape Town, to compete with Johannesburg, because there are lots of opportunities in KZN. When it comes to tourism, you see, honorable members, one thing I think hopefully this bill has to achieve is that we need to be taking our tourism to another level as the KZN province. We have what no other province has. You've got a Big Five in this province. You don't have a Big Five for Honorable Depot in Cape Town. It's here in KZN. So there is a rich heritage of the Zulu nation, which is unique. You can't find it anywhere else. It's here in KZN. These are the areas we must anchor our tourism around, but more so encouraging our own selves that know your province. You know, if you're from KZN, you should have gone to Ondini, you should have seen the royal houses of the Zulu nation from Nongoma, also you can count all of them. You should have known the rich history of Inanda, the rich history of Bukandi. There is a rich history of KZN, which many of us here as honorable members don't know about. Many of us here have never taken time to visit what is found within KZN. You think you can only find it in Mpumalanga, you can only find it in Gauteng or Limpopo, Makhoba's Kloof. It's here in KZN. So let us start that campaign, know your province, promote tourism within your province. Then you'll be the good ambassadors of this province when you even go outside or anywhere else where you go dealing with the matters. Lastly, Chair, let us appreciate the efforts of honorable members. As Honorable Debur was saying, the collegiality of us engaging as members, it cut across the political divide within the portfolio committee. When we engagement as objectively and with clarity, because the key interest for us is the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Notwithstanding that we stand for different political parties with different, sometimes the policies and framework on what they want to achieve, but the key interest that we represent KwaZulu-Natal. Let us maintain that momentum and decorum as we move to the next administration. Hopefully from there, those will be coming back as the policy is no longer coming, will shine on that light. Lastly, Chair, in nickname Honorable Dipur, when you see his car is reaching Kotane, I'm happy that in this portfolio committee did not behave like Kotane. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you. Let's now receive a response by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, Honorable S.A. Duma, for 5 minutes.
Once again, let me stand under the protocol observed, Honorable Speaker. Each and every one of you has demonstrated a sense of commitment to ensure the growth of tourism in KZN. I think that must be acknowledged, Honorable Speaker. We may differ on the approach and strategies, but your input in this sitting are very critical in enriching our strategies. I think one should just thank how the posture that was taken by Honorable Zungu in teaching and the framework of how KwaZulu-Natal look like and the futuristic figure. It was the same thing that was presented by Honorable Nxumalo on the process of the issue of gaming and betting, which was very informative, which is highlighting the fundamentals. Critical, the participation of honorable members in the public hearings ensured a buy-in as we undergo this period of transition. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, it's a fair criticism that comes from Honorable Governor on the mobilization strategy and the participation level. The Honorable Chair, Honorable Ntombela, has already illustrated to the point that from now onwards, we must go an extra mile in ensuring that the entire stakeholders should participate so that they give us more the clarion call. We wish to salute members of the public who participated in the public hearings. Their contributions were also very valuable and will shape tourism and film industry over the next 30 years. As we prepare to vote in the bill, I wish to point out that board and senior management of KZN Tourism and KZN Film Commission held a strategic planning on the 25th of January. All categories of staff in important entities are prepared to discharge their responsibility in a manner that will help usher in a new era of both tourism and film industry. However, Honorable Speaker, I would want us to dispel the myth that currently those CEOs and the board, probably their credentials are questionable. I'm sure it's something that we must demystify because it's unfair. If you can just cite a few of them, the Richards Bay ITZ, I'm sure you know the CEO is the master's degree holder. I'm sure you know that the current chair is an advocate of High Court. He's got a master's in law as well. You go to Dubai Trade Port, is an LLB graduate and a holder, is an advocate. I've already highlighted about the growth fund, that is a doctor who has held many positions. You go to gaming and betting, and Lekwa is the master's holder, is a PhD candidate. Just to cite a few, just to show you, because there is that as soon as your skin is brown, then we question a lot of things. Fortunately for them, they've undergone an extensive scrutiny because for you to achieve a junior degree or diploma, if you are just like us, you might have failed one of the courses, your modulars, and you didn't get a DP because you come from poor background and all those things. So just to finish and go an extra mile, it takes a lot. We just have to highlight, and you know, majority of them, including our HODs, that is a PhD holder, all those things. I think it's something that means that a lot has been achieved under new dispensation, because the majority of these people I'm referring to, you can refer them as abantu who are not going to achieve these things historical. So even some of them are a little bit old, but are considered in that process. Despite the major setback caused by the outbreak of COVID-19, our vision remains that of building a strong and sustainable tourism sector that improves the lives of all our people. Now that there are no restrictions on international and national travels, the new agents will speed up the integration of resources to ensure that KZN remains among the top tourist destinations. Lessons that we must also talk about in this process is that the first sector to be affected is tourism. We're glad that tourism in this province is recovering, and we are glad to announce officially that we've been declared amongst the most improving provinces in terms of tourism by the national minister, which means that a lot has been achieved. The hotel industry, we're excited during December. I'm sure we have even improved on the issue of E. coli level amongst other beautiful oceans, even at the Tegwin. So from time to time, we'll have those improvements, thanks to the ANC government, thanks to the executive that is led by Nomusa Dube, honorable member. That means that a lot is still going to be achieved in this generation, and there is a lot. And I'm glad the chair is saying that just play that ambassadorial role, just make sure that stop talking about Western Cape. You live in KZN, some of you will die in KZN. Profile and promote this beautiful province called KwaZulu-Natal, because you ought to be the citizen of KwaZulu-Natal, for God's sake. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate. Order, order. We have now come to the end of the debate on the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023. The House now needs to vote on the bill. As per the request of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee, I now put to the question to the House in terms of the rules of the sitting of the House by visual means, wherein voting will be conducted per party, with each party vote counting as the number of members of that party present at the visual sitting. Voting on the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023. I therefore call upon the Speaker from the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The IFP supports.
DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the bill.
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF supports.
NFP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the NFP supports.
Minority Front.
Honorable Speaker, Minority Front supports.
Okay, ACDP is absent, ATM is not here. ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC support the bill.
Thank you. So members, I have the votes of all parties. So is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote, or to abstain? Counting 1, 2, 3. If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 66. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Vote in favor, 66. Vote against, 0. Vote abstentions, 0. So it is recorded that the KZN Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023 is supported. So, Madam Secretary, I read the bill into the record.
KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority Bill 2023.
Okay. You can move on. We are now moving to the debate on the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency Bill. What's this? So the sequence here was wrong. It's not even here. It's not here. Let's see, by any chance.
No, Chairperson, you can continue. Okay. It's 5 minutes. A report by the Chairperson of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee on the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Regulatory Authority Bill. Honorable Ndombela for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I present the honorable members the third report now on the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill in terms of Rule 223 of the Standing Rules. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Kapisa Wipategashi, this is a provincial ordinary bill which was duly introduced in the House by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in accordance with Rule 217 of the Standing Rules, to provide for the establishment of the Moses Kotane Research Institute, to determine the objects, powers, duties, and functions of the Moses Kotane Research Institute, to determine the manner in which Moses Kotane Research Institute is to be managed, governed, staffed, and financed. The Secretary of the Legislature published the bill in terms of Rule 218 for public comments for a period of 15 days in the Provincial Gazette. No comments written were received. The bill was also published on the website of the KZN Legislature to allow for any interested persons or parties to forward their comments. On the 2nd of November 2023, the Portfolio Committee convened a special virtual meeting to have a briefing from the Provincial Department in terms of Rule 221, 3A of the Standing Rules. We then resolved to cluster again the decision into 4 as outlined earlier on, with the public hearings taking place on the 2nd of February 2024, clustering Umkhanyakude and Zululand at Ngojane Community Hall. On the 9th of February 2024, clustering Tegwini, Mkungundle of Herikwala and Uku District at Umlazivi Community Hall at Tegwini. On the 16th of February, clustering King Tejwayo and Ilembe District at Ngwelezane Community Hall. On the 23rd of February, clustering Umzinyati, Amachuba and Tugela District at Osizweni Community Hall. The public hearings were advertised as outlined as expected. The public hearings were satisfactorily attended by some relevant stakeholders and members of the public in all the venues. Although the same concerns were raised earlier on, again, we observed in terms of the public participation, in terms of the relevant stakeholders being invited to be part of the sessions we were undertaking. In conclusion, Chair, the Portfolio Committee convened a special meeting on the 4th of April 2024 to deliberate and consider the Portfolio Committee report on the KwaZulu-Natal Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023 as a true reflection of the public hearings conducted in different districts. Having raised the concerns we've alluded to earlier on in terms of the general participation and the clustering of the sessions, the challenges of inviting relevant stakeholders and related matters, the committee unanimously supported the report and the bill and further resolved that it be tabled today in the House for adoption by this House. We therefore present on behalf of the Portfolio Committee the report on the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill for adoption by the House.
Thanks, Chairperson. On the report of Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill, now we'll call upon our next speaker from the ANC, Honorable AGS Mavimbela.
for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Committees. Greetings to the Speaker, the Chairperson of the African National Congress, the Premier of our province, Dadewethu Nomsa Ngube, our Chief Whip, all the honorable members in the House. As proud members of our glorious movement, we indeed stand on the shoulders of giants whose contribution left indelible marks on the history of South Africa and the broader liberation movement and struggle. Moses Kotane is one of those giants who, true to the character and nature of member of the ANC, worked tirelessly towards a democratic and non-racial, non-sexist South Africa, as outlined in our Freedom Charter. Throughout his life, Kotane remained steadfast in his dedication to the principles of equality, justice, and human rights. He was willing to make personal sacrifices and face the risk of persecution and imprisonment in order to advance the cause of the liberation movement. Indeed, his unwavering commitment and courage in the face of adversity were hallmark of his leadership and inspired countless others to join the struggle. Kotane's legacy continues to inspire and motivate generations of activists and leaders in the mass democratic movement, as led by the African National Congress, who are committed to pursue of social political transformation. His life and work serve as powerful reminder of the importance of collective action, strategic thinking, and unwavering dedication to the cause of the freedom and justice. Therefore, naming this institute indeed serves as a powerful reminder of the sacrifices made by individuals like Kotane in the pursuit of more equitable and just society. By honoring his legacy, the Institute certainly acknowledges the crucial role that our leaders played in the fight against apartheid and the pursuit of fundamental human rights. Honorable members, through its research and educational initiatives, the KZN Moses Kotane Research Institute ensures that the stories and lessons of the past are not forgotten, and provides a platform for scholars, activists, and the broader community to engage with the history of the liberation struggle, fostering a deeper understanding of sacrifices and triumphs that paved the way for the democratic South Africa we know today. This bill now further represents a major step forward in this government's effort to prioritize research and education as a key drivers of the development in the province. The primary objective is for the Institute to serve as a hub for the cutting-edge research and innovation, focusing on areas that are crucial for the economic and social progress of KwaZulu-Natal. These include research in fields of such as agriculture, renewable energy, healthcare, and social development, all of which have the potential to significantly impact the lives of the province's residents and foster a culture of innovation and knowledge sharing that can leverage to address the unique challenges and opportunities facing KwaZulu-Natal. We certainly commend our government's commitment to investing in research and education as a strategy for driving development and progress in KwaZulu-Natal, which is further evident by the broader policy initiative and funding allocation. The National Development Plan, a key policy framework adopted by the government, emphasizes the critical role of research, innovation, and education in achieving the country's development goals. In line with this, progressive government has consistently allocated significant resources to the higher education sector, with a particular focus on strengthening research capabilities and promoting collaboration between universities, research institutions, and industry. This commitment is a reflection in increasing budgets and funding opportunities made available for research and development initiatives across South Africa, including in KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, we know too well that the African National Congress government investment in research and education is not limited to the establishment of this institute, but it is part of the broader strategy to position South Africa as a hub of innovation and knowledge-driven development. Therefore, the African National Congress supports naming this institute under Moses Kotane, and we really appreciate the work that the institute will be doing, as we know that research is very key in terms of what we are doing. That's why some of the members, when they stand here, they keep on mumbling because they don't do the research work. Hence, institution like this, it's very important for us to do the work so that we advance the debate and also help our people to understand what these institutes are for. Thank you very much, Honorable Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Moving on with our debate, I will call upon member from the IFP for 5 minutes, Honorable P. Govender.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I rise on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to debate the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill of 2023. It is our understanding that the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill is meant to establish the entity formally and clearly define its objectives, powers, duties, and functions. Even though this entity has been existing within the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, its impact as a research institute will now be more effective, and its research will better serve all sectors of our province. It is hopeful that the passing of this bill will go a long way in assisting with research and innovation in an attempt to facilitate economic development. This institute has the potential of providing vital research-based information that can benefit the economic sector as well as influence government decisions with regard to economic planning. Research data is also invaluable in predicting future economic trends so that appropriate planning may be undertaken. Effective and reliable research data is essential in formulating policies for the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In this regard, the Moses Kotane Research Institute has a critical role to play. Clause 5 makes provision for the appointment of at least 5 but not more than 7 board of directors, whose responsibility is to ensure that the entity delivers on its mandate, such as to develop human capacity by the provision of student bursaries and scholarships to those who want to study in the fields of economic research. It is also important that those appointed to serve on the board must be knowledgeable, qualified, and persons of integrity. Oversight by the Portfolio Committee needs to be more robust in order to ensure that the Institute is more efficient, transparent, accountable, and fit for purpose. In this regard, the Institute's database must be easily accessible to all role players who would require reliable information. The database must be populated with information that will serve to advise decision makers in government, to formulate legislation, as well as advise the private sector on its projections on investments. Honorable Chairs of Chairs, no entity or government department can deliver on its mandate if not provided with the necessary funding and resources. In order for this institute to function effectively, it will require sufficient funding so that it is not set up for failure. When one considers the budget cuts that are being implemented across government departments, I am not convinced that this entity will receive the funding that it will require to fulfill its mandates. I would have hoped that the bill had provided for some way in which the effectiveness of the institute could be measured. When funds are invested, we should be able to measure the outcomes. At the public hearings, it was evident again that most of the people had no idea of what this bill was about and what were the duties and functions of the Moses Kotane Institute. To make matters worse, we were presenting 4 bills at the same time to communities that were not educated about the contents of those bills. Many of the people who attended raised issues that were not relevant to the bills in question. It is unfortunate that our people are left behind, since the NCOP sent these bills to provinces at the tail end of this administration and therefore forced us to conduct public hearings just to say that we have complied with legislation. Nevertheless, I do believe that if managed correctly, this institute will play a critical role in driving socio-economic development and inclusive growth within the province. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for the manner in which he conducted the public hearings all over the province. And I want to also thank the legislature staff and the coordinators and also the legal advisors for their inputs and their advice during these vital public hearings. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Our next member from Democratic Alliance is Honourable H.O. De Boer for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I am returned like Lazarus from Nkandla, to borrow a phrase. I've arisen again after my long illness and I'm back at the podium. Yeah. It's all boring until the 29th of May comes along, and then we'll see what the spear does. But that's for the ANC. But Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Chair, the MKI, Moses Kotane Institute, is almost like a ghost. It's like a ghost within the ETIA entities. And we don't quite know what it does. Now, earlier on, we had a bit of a personal attack by the MEC of ETIA against myself, where I was labeled as a trust fund baby, and I'm a pilot, I'm a this and a that, and there was all kinds of allegations that were bandied about. So let me go down that road and respond to some of those things. Yes, indeed, I am a pilot. I realized my dream after 30 years of working on it. And this is where the Moses Kotane Institute could come in and empower the youth who have the same dreams as what I had. The youth of this province should not wait 20 or 30 years to get their pilot's license. The last I heard, MKI was scratching around at the Sharks board looking for research papers and getting information that they could pass off as for themselves as some kind of research. And that is simply just not good enough. It's simply not good enough that we have a provincial entity that is seemingly doing not much, unless I'm misinformed, which I'm sure the ANC will point out that I'm misinformed. And we have the youth of KwaZulu-Natal with an expanded unemployment rate of sitting at more than 62.5%. And we have people who have got no hope and no opportunity, except if they vote for the Democratic Alliance. And we turn this government around and we create the jobs that are so sorely needed. And for many of you, you might say, well, that's just a pipe dream, and we're just saying this out of politics. But you know what? It's people's lives. It's the youth of this country. It's the restless youth of this country who need saving, and they need saving from the ANC. So I'm hoping in terms of this new bill that MKI will now step up, that it will step up and start producing some kind of research that will actually aid the youth of this country, that will help them in terms of getting, let's just say, free aviation books, because they cost 10,000 Rand for a set of books. It helps them in agriculture. It helps them in the production of cannabis. It helps them to see how they can develop crops. Why are there not free resource materials being produced by MKI to assist the youth in particular in running businesses, doing their taxes, etc., etc.? These are the things that are needed in KwaZulu-Natal. We can stand here and we can argue politically and we can shout and scream at each other. But at the end of the day, we have a collective responsibility, both as yourselves as the government, both ourselves as the opposition for the time being, and the future government that will come in after the 29th of May. And we need to start developing the youth, because if we don't start working on that now, we are going to have a repeat of history. And history has shown that when the youth is discontent, we have a civil society that could erupt into something that we don't want. So, with that, Honourable Chairperson, I will say to you lastly that the previous speaker lost 4 by-elections in her particular constituency, the Honourable Mavimbela. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
My constituency.
For our debate, we will call upon from the EFF, Honourable N. Ngubane, for 3 minutes. Okay. Hopefully, he's on visual.
I can speak for the EFF.
Okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure whether kushintshiwe yini. I'm reading the debates ka Honorable Ngubane on his behalf. Honorable Nkosi.
No, Honourable Member, it has not changed. We are expecting Honourable N. Ngubane. But you can continue for the progress of this debate. Will allow the Honourable Member then to continue on behalf of EFF.
The EFF's commitment towards education will remain unquestionable. It is for this reason that even in our election manifesto, we have made it clear that when we take over government, we will triple the amount of research funding, as research is an important component toward resolving the national question, which to date remain pertinent. We support this bill seeks to establish a dedicated entity that will conduct research that seek to respond to the needs of the provincial government. We sincerely hope that this is not another ANC cash cow that will use to milk money out of innocent taxpayers, where a lot of money will be injected, but with no evidence of public works. We hope that young, innovative, and emerging researchers with the guidance from seasoned researchers will also be given opportunity to learn and also contribute toward this bill. Somlomo, sekela somlomo, ngabe yona uma ngamukela udadewethu osanda kujoyina lendlu umhlonishwa uMkhize, siyabonga nje ukuthi ukhongolose usuyabona ukuthi i-generation ka-1976 and 1994 iyona ekumele iphathele lizwe. Let's hope ukuthi the elders will go and take their pension, sit at home, and let the youth to lead the masses. Siphinde sithembe futhi ukuthi uhulumeni kakhongolose ngeke uze ungambuyisi umhlonishwa as emusha nje emncane. Siyathemba ukuphinde simbone ngoJuni. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. EFF supporter iBill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you. Let's continue with our debate. I'll call upon from the NFP member, Honourable C.M. Shinga, for one minute.
Surely a 1976 generation. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, honourable members. We understand, as the NFP, we understand that this bill aims to provide for the establishment of the Moses Kotane Research Institute to determine the objects, powers, duties, and functions of the institution, to determine the manner in which Moses Kotane Research Institute is to be managed, governed, staffed, financed, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Additionally, to support the Moses Kotane Institute's mission to provide pertinent and innovative research backed by knowledgeable advice for the realization of inclusive and sustainable economic growth in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Institute's vision to become an internationally recognized institution driving economic development through research in KwaZulu-Natal. As the National Freedom Party, we therefore support this bill. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Honorable Member. The next member from the Minority Front, Honorable S. Chakur Rajbansi, for 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, it is hoped that this institute can reach its full potential with streamlining of the structure, with staffing and financing. The MF supports this bill. With these comments, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rajbansi. The next speaker was supposed to be from ATM. There's an apology. And also from the ACDP, there's also an apology. I will call upon, therefore, from the African National Congress, Honorable H.E.S. Mavimbela for 7 minutes. Tanengos.
Thank you very much once more, Presiding Officer, the Deputy Chair of Committees, and greetings again. Established with the mission of fostering interdisciplinary collaboration and knowledge sharing, the Moses Kotane Institute has become a hub for scholars, policymakers, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds to come together and tackle pressing issues. One of its key strengths is its commitment to interdisciplinary research. By bringing together experts from various fields, the Institute has created an environment that encourages cross-pollination of ideas and the development of holistic, multifaceted approaches to problem solving. This approach has been particularly valuable in the realm of economics, where the Institute researchers have explored the intricate interplay between economic policies, political structures, and social dynamics. For instance, the Institute's work on the impact of the fiscal and monetary policy on income inequality has provided us with crucial insight, informing the development of more inclusive and equitable economic strategies. Similarly, the Institute's research on the political economy of resource extraction has shed light on the complex relationship between natural resources management, governance, and sustainable development. Undoubtedly, this institute continues to be instrumental in advancing our understanding of the dynamics of power of governance and social change. Through rigorous analysis and collaboration research, the Institute scholars have explored the role of political institutions, the impact of social movement, the challenges of democratization in various contexts, and this knowledge has been invaluable for us as we navigate the complexities of the political landscape. The success of the Moses Kotane Research Institute can be attributed to its commitment to excellence, its dedication to addressing real-world challenges, and its ability to foster meaningful partnership with a wide range of stakeholders. Through its various research programs, training initiatives, and public engagement activities, the Institute has become a trusted and respected voice in the academic and policy spheres. This, together with the expansion of access to higher education, the investment in research infrastructure, the improvements in early childhood and primary or secondary education, the focus on vocational and technical training, the integration of the technology and the promotion of the environmental education have undoubtedly contributed immensely to the province's development. These efforts of our African National Congress-led government have not only transformed the education landscape, but have also positioned KwaZulu-Natal as a hub for innovation, research, and sustainable development. It is indeed part of the ANC long recognition that academic excellence is the cornerstone of thriving nation. Along this commitment is the ANC acknowledgement of the pivotal role that research plays in shaping the future of our country. The recognition, acknowledgement, and progressive efforts of the African National Congress-led government is certainly a testament to their vision for the better South Africa. I am disappointed by Honorable De Boer when he is saying this entity had become the ghost. Indeed, you are misinformed. It is our responsibility as the African National Congress to assist you with the information because we are capable leaders in terms of providing the leadership for those that do not want to do their research on their own. That's why you are standing on this podium claiming to know where the constituency of Honorable Mavimbela is, which you do not know. The constituency of Honorable Mavimbela is in Umkhanyakude district, led by the African National Congress in Ingwavuma, Jozini local municipality. So I'm showing you that you are indeed misinformed and you do not want to learn and you do not want to use such entities that assist in providing the information for your own benefit. We have been with you in this legislature for the past 4 years. We are finalizing our 5th year now, but you don't know where your colleagues' constituency offices are because you are indeed misinformed. And the ANC is capable of assisting you with the information and providing you with all what you want to know, because that is the only organization in South Africa and in KwaZulu-Natal in particular, African National Congress, and others keep on saying the ANC did that, and you can't hear what are their plans in terms of leading the people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa in general. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Then now we'll come to the response from the Chairperson of Economic Development and Tourism to the debate, Honourable Ndombela Nhlakanipho, for 5 minutes.
No, Honourable Chair, I don't think I'll take much of your time. Let me just welcome the contribution by the honourable members, but also the contributions the honourable MLC tell the story that some of us as members do not understand some of the entities we are overseeing. So I think maybe at some point we need to take into cognizance when we look to the 7th administration for members to understand what we are overseeing, what is their role and responsibility, and what role can we play in playing proper oversight in those institutions. Because you can't play a proper oversight without knowing exactly what is there, what does it yenzani lento imeleni. My last point here is that whilst we applaud the work done by the Kotane Institute, we think we can expand more on how we do things. That government fiscus is slowly training. Iyancipha ngisho kanje iyancipha ngizobheka isingisi. Unyaka nonyaka ifiscus kahulumeni ayikwazi ukuthatha ikubekele ufuna ukufisa khona. So it necessitates that you try and work on developing partnerships to expand the scope of your work and to reach as many as possible as you can. One other avenue we should be exploring more is the collaboration with the SETAs. The funding they have, how can it be utilized in partnership with this institute to try and spread in opening up with the critical niche skills we are short of in the province. But there is the essence of the program. They are trying and nip the gap. Unalama skills short now in this province, and which our own institutions are our key keys. So there is the angle I think we're saying, let us look into as we move to the next financial year, what more can we do in that partnership so that we can create more honorable people as pilots in this province. And many other skills which our young people sometimes they're not well vested with, because sometimes where we come from, we are confined on the areas of opportunities available for you. There is a challenge we want to pose on the Kotane Institute. Let's open our eyes of our young people on the avalanche of opportunities out there and for them to explore. Thanks, Chair Siyabanka.
Thanks, Mbangazita. Thanks so much. That was our last speaker. And thereafter, from the response by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Honorable S.A. Duma Ntombe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker Dabezita, for affording us this opportunity. I stand on the protocol. I just want to cite and highlight something that must hit badly both on the DA and the Moonshot subsidiaries. We recall that while Moses Kotane was working hard to promote the democratic values of human dignity, equality and freedom in sharp contrast, H.F. Verwoerd was strategizing how to systematically exclude the majority of South Africans from playing a meaningful role in the country. Then I'm just going to quote Verwoerd, although it is always painful to quote this racist man was given a platform to lead. Outlining his education policy, Verwoerd remarked, "When I have control of the native education, I will reform it so natives will be taught from childhood to realize that equality with European is not for them. People who believe in equality are not desirable teachers for natives." He further noted, "There is no place for an African in European community above the level of certain forms of labor. For that reason, it is for no value for him to receive training which has its aim and absorption in the European community." I'm sure the current epoch has taught us clearly that the visionary outcome, if you can afford an opportunity to a DA, it is exactly this thing that is going to take place. You still believe that there is no need to take a peasant. You still feel there is no need for an African child to be taught because it adds no value. In fact, you are here on a pretense as if you want something of a value to them. You're even talking about the aviation code. Where do you know that it is not an affordable cost? Because in terms of hours, we've been together in these processes. It is not going to be sustainable for them, because even if it means that you have a license, if you have to charter, you must be inclined privately so that you have a strength and you're getting more credit when it comes to that. Where would they get such things? The reality is that Moses Kotane remains the only robust institute, especially to deliberate on gateway subject, your mathematics, your accounting, your science, because historically this was known as only for few privileges. It was only reserved for those, because anyway, Africans were treated as slaves. Why to teach them mathematics? Where will they utilize mathematics at the end of the day? We are dealing with that imbalance of the past, which is inherently designed, deliberate by the DA or DP of that time, your national party and all those things. Yet today, they have an audacity of telling us that they must be given a platform to lead. Lead who? Where? Why? Because they are well known. what is currently a practical example. They are at hell front in leading that people of Palestine in Gaza, they must be killed. Young kids are suffering total onslaught as a support from DA. DA has an audacity of saying that now is the time that the counter-revolutionary called US must come and monitor the election, because you don't believe in Africans. Whereas you are in Africa, you believe that something else will take place. You even doubt the value and the occurrence. You are also even checking the science and technology represent a major opportunity for world development. However, if not consistent with pro-poor policies, science and technology may increase rather than diminish the existing inequalities. I must highlight, Honorable Speaker, for those who don't believe that Moses Kotane has added value in our society, come to Fontaine this Friday. We will be launching 8,000 students who will be given an opportunity to be trained in skills. 8,000. Just come and witness that this Friday. You'll then understand, and Tina, we are duty bound to excel, because the issue of economic transformation will only take place if the majority of this country, 12.5 million in KwaZulu-Natal, you know that the statistics, that the majority of those are coming from township and rural areas. So it means we must prioritize them at the core if we want this opportunity not to pass them. And we are going to do that because in reality that we must thank the Department of Education for being number 2. It is because of the effort of Moses Kotane that even in rural areas, mathematics is no longer an animal, is no longer an alien species, but is a subject that must be taught to our people. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable MEC, with the response. Honorable members, we have come to an end of the debate on the KZN Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023. The House now needs to vote on the bill. As per the request of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee, I now put the question to the House in terms of the rules of the sitting of the House, wherein voting will be conducted per party, with each party vote counting as the number of members of that party present at the sitting. Voting of the Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023. Therefore, those in support of the KZN Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill, I will start by the IFP.
Honorable Deputy Chair, chairs the IFP supports.
Thank you so much, Honorable Demande. The next party from the DA.
Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports.
Thank you so much. The next party from the EFF. From the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF supports.
Okay, thank you, EFF. From the NFP.
Honorable Chair, the NFP supports.
Thank you. Minority Front.
Honorable Chair, the Minority Front supports.
Okay, we don't have ACDP and ATM. From the ANC.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the ANC supports.
Okay, thank you. Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, then I'll continue. Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor 68, votes against no, abstentions no. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the votes as follows. Votes in favor 68, votes against nil, abstentions nil. It is therefore recorded that the KZN Moses Kotane Institute Bill is now supported. Madam Secretary, you may therefore place and read the bill for the record.
KwaZulu-Natal, Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill 2023.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, we have come to an end of our debate for Moses Kotane Research Institute Bill for 2023. Thank you. For the next debate, let me check. Zeli. Next. Yeah. Okay. Honourable members, and we're now moving on to the report by the Chairperson of Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee on the KwaZulu-Natal on the Growth Fund Agency Bill of 2023. I'll call upon Honourable Ntombela for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Speaker, and Honourable Members. This is a provincial ordinary bill duly introduced in the House by the MSC for Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental Affairs in accordance with Rule 217 of Standing Rules to establish the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency as a provincial public entity responsible for the administration, control, and management of investments from a dedicated project finance fund to provide for its governing structures, powers, functions, finance, and funding to provide for the transfer of staff from the KZN Growth Fund Trust and appointment of staff to provide for transitional arrangements. The Secretary of the Legislature published the bill in terms of Rule 218 for public comments for a period of 15 days in the provincial gazettes. No comments were received. The bill was also published on the websites of the Legislature for any interested persons to forward their comments. On the 2nd of November 2023, the Portfolio Committee convened a special virtual meeting to have a briefing from the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in terms of Rule 2213A of the Standing Rules. The Portfolio Committee resolved on the clusters 4 as alluded to earlier on. For this period, for the 2nd of February, the cluster from Kotane in Zululand was held at Kotane. On the 9th of February, the cluster of eThekwini held at Umlazi V Community Hall. On the 16th of February, the cluster of King Cetshwayo in Lembe District was held at Ngwelezane. On the 23rd of February, the cluster of Umzinyatha, Majuba and Uthukela was held at Osizweni Community Hall. The public hearing on the bill were advertised in media platforms different, Zululand Observer, AA2 and Majuba. The public hearing was satisfactorily attended by some relevant stakeholders and the members of the public in all of the venues. Although there were contents that were reiterated now and then in terms of the participation, in terms of the publicity, and the invitation of relevant stakeholders in these public hearings. In conclusion, Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism convened a special meeting on the 4th of April 2024 to deliberate and consider a Portfolio Committee report on the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency Bill 2023 as a true reflection of the public hearings conducted in different districts. The honorable members of the committee raised the following concerns, which I think we've alluded to earlier on. The general concern in terms of clustering, the level of participation, the level of the inputs by the stakeholders, due to the technical aspects of the bills we're handling in these matters. But overall, the portfolio committee endorsed the report, which was unanimously supported, and the bill, and further present today the report and the bill for tabling for adoption by the House. Siyabonga.
Thanks so much, Bangazita. Thanks, Chairperson. Then it is beginning of our debate from the ANC, Honorable M.A. Tiliza Ematungen for 7 minutes.
Sabonga Slalo. Greetings to you, Slalo, the Premier, the Whip, and all other members of this House. Abaphethwe ngala bonke okuzoqhubeka abaphathwe ngala futhi Slalo, at the core of all this of all its developmental strategies, the ANC government shall or has consistently recognized the importance of fostering inclusive economic development that benefits all members of the KZN community. This has been crucial in addressing the persistent of socio-economic challenges that have confronted our society. It has been consistent in recognizing the need to empower marginalized communities and ensure that the benefits of economic growth are equitably distributed. And this approach has been in line with the ANC commitment to address the legacy of apartheid and promoting a more just society. We all know, members of the House, this has been only the idea of the ANC. Before the ANC, this was not in practice. So it's only the ANC that can take care of the communities, especially the poor. Honorable Speaker, this government has indeed been consistent in placing strong emphasis on job creation and skills development by investing in infrastructure, small, medium-sized enterprises, and targeted training programs. The ANC government has worked hard in increasing sustainable employment opportunities, which aligns with the ANC's vision of a developmental state that actively shapes the economy to benefit our people. Honorable members, this visionary government has been consistent in acknowledging the delicate balance between the economic growth and environmental protection, outlining comprehensive approaches to ensuring that the province's development is not achieved at the expense of its natural resources, which aligns closely with the ANC's vision for a better life for all. That encompasses not only economic prosperity, but also environmental stewardship and social equity. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 and floods, this administration has remained steadfast in its pursuit of its strategic objectives, and this resilience and adaptability has been crucial in ensuring that the province development efforts continue to progress even in the face of the adversity. For the Reconstruction and Development Program of the 1994 to the National Development Plan from the True BEE initiatives to the expansion of social welfare programs, the ANC-led government has demonstrated a strong commitment to reducing poverty and inequality and continuing to build for these successes. The KZN Growth Fund agency bill emerges as a critical catalyst, promising to strengthen and support the growth and development of the province. The KZN Growth Fund agency established by this bill is a specialized entity tasked with the management and administration of a dedicated growth fund, which will channel resources into the strategic investments aimed at boosting economic development, create employment opportunities, and improve the overall quality of life for the people of KwaZulu-Natal by providing access to the capital, technical expertise, and targeted support. The agency indeed plays a pivotal role in unlocking the province's untapped potential. One of the key strengths of KZN Growth Fund agency bill lies in its ability to identify and prioritize high-impact projects that align with the province's developmental objectives. Through rigorous evaluation progress, the agency ensures that funding is directed towards the initiatives that have the potential to generate sustainability, economic growth, foster job creation, and enhance the province competitiveness. This strategy approach not only maximizes the impact of available resources, but also fosters a sense of accountability and transparency in the allocation of funds. The significance, or let me say, as the ANC, we commend the bill's emphasis on importance of collaboration and partnership by engaging with various stakeholders, including the private sector, local municipalities, and community organizations. This agency aims to leverage synergies and amplify the impact of its interventions. This collaboration approach enables the agency to identify and address the unique needs and challenges faced by different regions within the province, ensuring that the benefits of the development are distributed equally. Chair, this initiative not only creates jobs and stimulate economic growth, but also contribute to the improvement of living standards. African National Congress government, as led by the Cabo Glorious movement, South African government as led by the Cabo Glorious movement of the people, currently led by the returning president, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa. As we all know, which the ANC will be in power come 12 o'clock on the 29th of May. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matungeni. The next member to debate on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, it's Honorable Obituaries for 5 minutes. Demand.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, honorable members of this House. Towards the latter part of 2023 and the first quarter of this year, I was part of the delegation of ATIA Portfolio Committee that crisscrossed this province to hear what the people say about the bills which the executive was proposing to implement. Sadly, when we came out of the public hearings, we were not wiser, because in most public hearings, the people who attended did not comment on the contents of the bills, but used the opportunity to advance their grievances about service delivery. Now, we want to submit as the IFP that we should not do a tick box exercise when we conduct public hearings. We should not go through the motions when we visit communities to interact with them on matters that we wish to engage them on. We should capacitate communities to engage meaningfully with the technical jargon contained in the bills we are consulting them on. The public participation unit of this legislature must jack up its processes, because the way it operates at the moment has shown that there are some gaps that have to be filled for it to operate as it should. The honest fact is that what is on the table for consideration today has minimal input from the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The 7th administration will have a responsibility to do things differently for us to be able to achieve meaningful participation of the people on matters we wish to consult them on going forward. Nevertheless, the IFP welcomes the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill in its attempt to establish the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency as a provincial public entity and in doing so dissolve the KZN Growth Fund Trust. It is our understanding that this comes with significant benefits for the residents of this province. Among such benefits, it will be improved transparency and compliance, given the fact that agencies typically operate under stricter regulatory oversight and reporting requirements compared to trusts. Another benefit we foresee is that there will be increased operational efficiency in terms of hiring, procurement, and decision-making in the proposed agency. Our message to the executive on this bill is that we hope the executive is aware of some of the drawbacks associated with transitioning from a trust into an agency, particularly the fact that transitioning from a trust to an agency requires careful planning and execution to mitigate risks such as disruption in services and loss of institutional knowledge. We also hope the department has put in place appropriate measures to train staff regarding their role in the proposed transition. It is also important to highlight the fact that the proposed transition comes with complex governance issues that may require deeper understanding of complex governance frameworks, including legal, financial, and operational considerations, which can pose a great challenge during the transition period. Therefore, we are of the view that it is important for us to stress that it is the duty of the executive to ensure that the transition process is not rushed and that there is a solid plan in place with appropriate timeframes that are measurable over time. It would be unfortunate when all of those who supported the proposed bill would stand here again in the unknown future and talk about how the conversion from a trust to an agency of this public entity has failed to deliver on what is expected of it. To avoid any disappointment after the bill has been passed by this House, there should be measures put in place to ensure that the transition is smooth while maintaining continuity of operations and fulfilling legal and regulatory requirements. We want to assure the residents of this province and voters of this province that the IFP will continue to play its role to ensure that the transition is managed in a manner that will ensure that the new entity delivers on what it is intended to achieve. We express a hope that the voters of this province will demonstrate their confidence in the IFP by putting their crosses on the ballot paper next to the IFP on the 29th of May 2020, so that we will continue to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kunene. The next member to debate on behalf of the Democratic Alliance is Honorable Aishu the Boer for 4 minutes.
Maibuya. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Again, Honorable Chair, it is with some concern that the Growth Fund Trust and now as it transitions into this new entity under ETIA has also remained a somewhat of an anomaly within the ETIA stable. The trust has mainly operated under a cloud of, how shall we say, uncertainty. There has been minimal oversight in these past 5 years from the Committee on the Trust. At most, during the committee meetings, we have had some oversight in terms of what they're doing or not doing, in terms of reports of it, sometimes in a slideshow, and that is it. And that is the full extent of the oversight that this committee, as ETIA, has played over this particular entity, if we want to call it a proper entity, as we transition into this new formula. And it is concerning, and it's like MKI and it's like some other entities that we have within ETIA where there seems to be all kinds of empowerment and money that is dispensed and programs, and we see the MEC as suddenly having an event and it's involving one of the entities and there's a whole lot of beneficiaries, and we learn with great excitement, Honorable MEC, that you are empowering 8,000 youth this coming week. That's all very well, but one thing that has stood out in these past 5 years is that it has always been yourself as the MEC or the previous MECs. The opposition parties, the opposition members of the provincial legislature have never been afforded the opportunity to be at those events, which begs the question, is it a political event or is it truly a departmental event where there is real empowerment for the youth and real empowerment for the people? And I think that is particularly important when it comes to oversight in terms of some of these entities. The Growth Fund Trust, we hear stories, and sometimes we get members of the public who will come to us and give us stories about what is going on there or not going on there. Sometimes we get allegations of corruption or malpractice or something funny is going on. But the ETIA as a committee and the Economic Development Committee has never gotten to grips with what is actually going on there. And I think that has been one of the main failings of the Growth Fund Trust. Moving on, the board members who would oversee all of the new entities that are being formulated at the moment must be of a caliber and a standard that reflects the I want to use the word severity, but the position that they hold, the very senior position that they hold within provincial government. And we have seen, unfortunately, when it came to other entities, and in particular entities like Ezemvelo, KZN Wildlife, that there was clear political manipulation to put certain members of previous MPLs in some cases. In one case, well, let's just start by saying earlier I was called a comedian. Well, in one case, there is a comedian who is on the board of Ezemvelo, KZN Wildlife, and that's Logi Naidu. And he's a self-professed comedian. So, you know, is this the kind of politics that we are playing within KZN? So it's not good enough that we take former deputy mayors who didn't quite make the list for parliament or for provincial legislature and simply put them on boards. Or when people leave the Democratic Alliance, that they simply get a cushy position on another board up in Richards Bay. That's not the way you run a province. And the Democratic Alliance will certainly be improving on that after the 29th of May. I think.
Thank you very much, Honorable Depur. The next member to debate on behalf of Economic Freedom Fighters, it's Honorable N.L. Baipeli for 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Economic Freedom Fighters in KwaZulu-Natal rejects the bill, taking into account that since KZN Growth Fund opened its doors to the public in 2008 in a bid to empower black businesses, only a few businesses have benefited from the fund based on merit, while many have been approved based on bribes and political connection. Most of the beneficiaries are izingane zomntakabane, osomabhizinisi bakithi abazizamelayo abaqhamuka ezindaweni zasemakhaya balahliwe kuhle okwenyongo yenyathi. Protect.
You are eating on your time, honorable member. You might continue, please.
The fund continues to be embroiled in controversial and money laundering scandals with no evidence of consequence management. This is another failed ANC project where administration continues to be the order of the day and where executives of the fund have continued to solicit bribes from applicants.
when the EFF take over the government, we will establish the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, which will consistently oversee state-owned companies and intervene when things goes wrong. The EFF rejects this bill. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baipeli. The next member to take the podium is Honorable C.M. Shinga of the National Freedom Party. Honorable Shingo.
Isibindi sakho sokusho. Honorable Chair, honorable members. We understand that this bill seeks to enhance the sector and industrial development through trade and investment in the financial sector by establishing the KZN Growth Fund Agency as a provincial public entity responsible for the administration, control and management of investment from a dedicated project finance fund. Also to provide for its governing structures, powers, functions, finance, and funding. To provide for the transfer of staff from the KZN Growth Fund Trust and the appointment of staff. To provide for transitional arrangements and matters incidental. Therefore, the NFP will support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shinga. The next member to debate on this bill, it's Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans of the MF for 1 minute. Honorable Rajbans.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The change from a trust to a public entity is progressive as a transparent vehicle to funding use and accountability. I've said this before, that as a trust, honorable members don't get invited to events like used to be the case initially in 2008. Hopefully this functioning changes as an entity. The MF hopes that the transition is smooth. The MF supports the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chakur Rajbansi. We have received the apology from the ATM, and also we have received the apology from the ACDP. The next member to close the debate is Honorable M.A. Chiliza of the African National Congress for 7 minutes. Madungen.
Sambe sihlalo sibhekeka nomakhanzana. Siyabonga kakhulu. Honorable members, this growth fund stands as a pivotal initiative aimed at stimulating growth and fostering new opportunities for local businesses. This groundbreaking legislation represents a strategic move by our visionary and progressive provincial government to harness the province's untapped economic potential and empower its local enterprises. One of its key priorities is the development of small and medium micro enterprises within the province. These SMMEs are the backbone of the local economy, and by providing them with access to funding, mentorship, and businesses development support, the agency aims to unleash their full potential. This targeted approach will empower entrepreneurs to foster a thriving economic ecosystem of innovative and resilient businesses and contribute to the overall economic diversification of the region. Furthermore, this bill seeks to attract and facilitate foreign direct investment to the province by offering a streamlined and investor-friendly environment. The agency aims to position KwaZulu-Natal as a premier destination for the international businesses and entrepreneurs. The influx of foreign capital expertise can be led can lead to the development of new industries. The transfer of cutting-edge technologies and the creation of high-skilled jobs opportunities, further strengthening the province's economic foundation. Members, as this bill gets enacted, it is clear that its impact will extend far beyond immediate economic benefits by providing access to much-needed capital, fostering innovation and attracting foreign investment. The agency can stimulate the growth of local businesses and unlock new avenues of opportunities. This in turn can lead to the creation of more jobs, the diversification of the regional economy, and the enhancement of the province's overall competitiveness in the global market. This is indeed part of the steadfast commitment of this government to boosting economic growth of our province and fostering a thriving businesses ecosystem that benefits all. This is demonstrated by this administration's streamline of processes in order to significantly reduce the time of an effort required to navigate the regulatory landscape through the implementation of a one-stop shop approach, thereby making it easier for businesses to obtain the necessary permits, licenses, approvals, ultimately reducing the administrative burden and encouraging investment. This approach has been particularly beneficial for small, medium-sized enterprises, which often face disproportionate challenges in navigating complex regulatory frameworks. By simplifying these processes, government has empowered entrepreneurs and fostered more significant businesses. The bill falls at the heart of our manifesto, 2024 manifesto, which is clear and unwavering on its focus on stimulating economic growth as a crucial step ensuring the well-being of the prosperity. The manifesto of this year of the ANC, as we all know, it encourages the importance of supporting the small businesses. If we support the small businesses, then we'll be able to assist them ukuthi babe nabo kwibalazo lomnotho bakwazi ukuthi bangene kule simo lesi nabo bathole imali bakwazi ukuthi baqhakambise kakhulu umnotho wezwe uphakame uye phezulu umnotho wezwe ngenxa yokuthi bakhulisile. The ANC provides itself with a manifesto that also outlines plans to promote sustainable and inclusive economic development as it pledges to prioritize environmental protection, renewable energy initiatives, and the adoption of green technologies as part of recognizing the crucial role that environmental sustainability plays in long-term economic growth. Furthermore, it is a manifesto that emphasizes the need for equitable access to economic opportunities with a focus on empowering historically disadvantaged communities, ensuring that the benefits of economic growth are shared across all segments of the society. I wish ETA can get a lesson in this, because especially where they are governing, the previously disadvantaged people are still disadvantaged. You don't do this. Yeah, you see, when you empower people, you must make sure that you try to start with those who are disadvantaged, which is not the case in Western Cape, not the case at all. I'm sure they can't argue that. This compelling vision of the ANC for the next 5 years and beyond will undoubtedly be a continuation of transforming the lives of millions of South Africans, as it has been done over the past 30 years. If you look back 30 years ago, ukuthi South Africa, in particular KZN yayinjani, and look now ukuthi KZN injani, you can see the big difference. That is why ke ukhongolo sesithi cha uzobuya njengokugiya uzophatha kule province uphathe neNingizimu Afrika.
Thank you very much, Madungeni. Now we are calling upon the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ndombela, for 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sometimes we indora nomungashongo lutho. So nangicayi nami ngiyayichayi imember ishilo iqedile siyabonga. But honorable members, I think what members outlined at the observation of some of the issues, I think, which are the challenges we must work on as we move forward. But one of the key aspects we expect the growth fund to work on, that for us to address the triple challenge of poverty and unemployment and inequality, we must create employment opportunities. Hence, for us, the key aspect moving forward, the project of black industrialists. People will create employment opportunities. Or sometimes we tend to confine ourselves into the space that we invest in businesses, but you can't do a comparative analysis and start to say that based on this investment we have made in that arena, how much job opportunities it's created. Or that is the only way to address unemployment in this country. We've got the highest unemployment rate. Fortunately for us as a KZN, I think we're number 2 or number 3, I'm sorry, to correction in terms of the demographics in the country in terms of unemployment. So this is an aspect where we must work on improving to try and turn around our situation. The realignment of a funding with other funding agencies within the provincial government itself vis-a-vis the national government. If we can do that, we can say with pride that we indeed, as the legislatures, we did our work and we could see the change in the lives of our people.
Thank you very much, Dlugula. Now we are calling upon Honorable S.A. Duma, the MEC for Economic Development, to respond on this tourism and environmental affairs bill.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I'm Kolonsondo. When Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana in the 1950s spoke about the need for Africans to achieve economic independence, his ideas were rooted in creating and developing successful and viable owned enterprises as a way of achieving the economic freedom he propagated. We're here, honorable members, guided by many of our visionary leaders, such as Nkrumah. In one of his speeches, he said, "Thought without practice is empty, and action without thought is blind." It is against this context that today we are championing the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill, and I'm glad honorable members are highlighting some of the fundamental and key pillars of how we are going to change the economic outlook of KwaZulu-Natal. Indeed, a lot has been done, a lot has been achieved by this new dispensation. But the reality is that we still have to go deeper and delve deeper amongst our communities, train them densely, equip them, also create a material condition that is going to make sure that when you assist them, it is not just a short-circuiting processes, but it is an everlasting solution that is going to enhance. And I assure Honorable Speaker, we must be prepared, in particular as the ANC, that as we do this, we'll be insulted, we'll be lambasted, because we are assisting a community that is not supposed to be equipped according to those who are wearing wrong lenses. So we are going to do that irrespective of that material condition. Ngiyahlupheka ngedadewethu umhlonishwa umpika ayipheli bazokunikeza simbi kangaka ispeech awuyena umuntu wobuchuku manje akazi uma ukhuluma ngenyathi noma ngoboya benyathi noma udla inyathi angisayizwanga into yakho engikuzwile nje ukuthi bebezama ukuphikisa ayi manje yayilimaza isihamba nesithunzi sakho yonke lento ngivele ngangazi noma ngikubheke ngikuphendule ngoba phela you are trying to we are rejecting a concept which enhances from a divergence point of a trust transition into a bill that is going to equip this fund. I'm sure you know that a lot has been spent, 3 billion has been spent over the years by this entity. Manje mawuzovela uphikisa ungazi ukuthi nje kuthiwa uphikisa intombi uthi ukhala ungasishi izathu. We're waiting for proper element and submission from your side. I think badlale ngawo labantu bekubhala ngiyacela ukuthi ubaphikise dadewethu bangabe sakabhuza kangaka. For the past years the KZN Growth Fund recorded project approval of more than 2 billion towards investment in the manufacturing, healthcare, transport, logistics, as well as telecommunication sectors. You'll know, honorable speakers, that there was once a time, because global forces and the balance of forces of the world after the creation of a new concept called the global village, we were deprived as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, in particular the textile industry. We want to create a new synergy that from Newcastle, uyodlulela eDismith ufika koHammersdale uzubuyele koMandeni. We want to create and tap again from that industry, which is why Itala as a bank, which is why Growth Fund will fund more of those, because already we do have an existing infrastructure and our people must benefit out of this process. And to unlock the investment of 3 billion will take a very advanced detachment and an understanding. We do understand that it will take a strong cohort in driving this process going forward, which is why the reality is that those who will be playing a part in the board, those who will be playing a part in the administration, must be those who are more than willing to go over. And Honorable Tipur is highlighting that from time to time, let us check who are those who are doing this role. Ikhona-ke somlomo in the presence of somlomo wendlu mahubela kunesikhalo esisizwayo esithi siyakwenza sibe singakwenzi bafuna sikubuyele ukuthi i-executive imiyolontsha ama-events ama-portfolio committee members ayacomplain ukuthi asiwaparticipate. Ordinarily ngokwe-convention kunomehluko of this role, an oversight role and executive roles. Kodwa indlu imithe ifuna ukuyishintsha leyo process, thina will be guided by the how, then the spirit of this August House ukuthi bafuna iyahlupha kancane indaba okwa crisscrossa lama roles ukuthi uma ukade ukhona kulaunch project nawe automatically you become and part and parcel kube khona collateral damage kanti fanele ube kude nayo, so that we are able to play a proper oversight. But siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi supportiwe ngaphandle koboya benyathi. Thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtombeni, the MEC for Economic Development, and also the leader of the government business, for your responses. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill 2023. The House now needs to vote on the bill as per the request of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio Committee. I now put the question to the House in terms of rules of the sitting of the House by visual means, wherein voting will be conducted per party, with each party vote counting as the number of members of that party present at the visual sitting. Those in support of the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill 2023, I will start with the Inkatha Freedom Party. Let us allow the team to assist in terms of making you
Cha. Akathule lo okhuluma nge-technology. Na mhlonishwa hlalo wehlalo. IFP support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whip of the Majority, Chief Whip of the Majority Part. Opposition. DA.
Madam Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance supports the bill.
Thank you very much. DA, then EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF reject. Hashtag Boyabenya.
Thank you very much, EFF. We are now moving on to the NFP. Honorable Shingaricious.
Honorable Chair, NFPA support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shinga. MF, Honorable Shakur Rashbans.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF supports.
Thank you very much, MF. ACDP apologized. ATM also apologized. Now we are moving to the majority leading party, African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Chair of Committees. The majority party, the African National Congress, supports.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Members, I have the votes of the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or abstain? Going once, twice, and thrice. Secretary, can I get a tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 58. Votes against, 3. Abstentions, no. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the votes as follows. Votes in favor, it's 58. Votes against is 3. Abstention, 0. Therefore, ayes have it. It is recorded that the KZN Growth Fund Agency Bill 23 is supported. Secretary, can you please read the bill? Madam Secretary, may you please read the bill into the record?
KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund Agency Bill 2023.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are moving on now to the next item on the order paper. Which is 7.5, the debate and voting on the conferral mandate on the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill, B16B 2023. And we are allowing the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Ntombela, to open the debate. Mahlobo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairs. Members of the Executive Council led by the Premier. In terms of Section 42(4) of the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces represent provinces to ensure that provincial interests are considered in the national sphere of government by participating in the national legislative processes. The National Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill, which is a Section 76 bill in terms of the Constitution, was referred to the Economic Development and Portfolio Committee in terms of Rule 2591. In turn, the Legislature is, in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution, compelled to facilitate the public involvement in the committee's processes of the Legislature and its committees. The National Small Enterprise Bill before the Portfolio Committee seeks to amend the National Small Enterprise Act of 1996, primarily to provide for the establishment and registration in terms of the Companies Act number 71 of 2008 of the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency, SEDFA, and the subsequent incorporation into SEDFA of the Small Enterprise Financing Agency, SEFA, the Cooperative Bank Development Agency, CBDA, and the Small Enterprise Development Agency, SETA. The establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombud Service, which enables the Minister to declare certain practices in relation to small enterprises to be prohibited as unfair trading practices, proposes an amendment to Section 22 of the Act to provide clarity on the interpretation of the powers assigned to the Minister in amending the schedule to the Act, as well as the definition for small enterprises. To allow for simplification of the schedule, amend the definition for small enterprise to provide for the transitional arrangements necessitated by the establishment of the agency, to effect consequential amendments to the Cooperative Banks Act 2007 and to the Cooperatives Act 2005, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The committee had a special meeting on the 9th of February 2024 to receive a briefing from the Department of Small Business and Enterprise in terms of Rule 2601. The committee then resolved to hold 4 public hearings and cluster the district as stakeholders were easily identified. We thus conducted 4 public hearings on the 1st of March, on the 5th of March, on the 6th of March, on the 15th of March, in all 11 districts, but clustered across the province. The closing date for written submission was advertised as 20th of March 2024. However, the National Council of Provinces advised that the negotiating mandate is due on the 19th of March 2024. As such, the committee could not attend to the submissions later than the 18th of March in order to finalize this report and meet the NCOP deadline. The public hearings on the bill were widely advertised in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature website, print media, Witness, Daily News, Isolezo, Sunday Times, and Dilanga newspapers. The committee was advised of the venues of the hearings to be held at Madlangen Community Hall, Utrecht, was swapped with the Tugela Community Hall in Mandeni, since there were more than 3 committees holding public hearings on the same date in the same districts. And the advert was issued in Ilanga to publish to this effect, and affected municipal districts and stakeholders were advised of the change, albeit at short notice. Copies of the bill were distributed to all municipal districts and made available during the hearings in both summarized translation on the bill of Zulu. Comments on the bill. The committee perused the edited select committee minutes of the 26th of March and noted that all 9 provinces supported the bill. However, decisions taken by the select committee members through its deliberation were that the Mpumalanga and Western Cape were abstaining from voting on the bill. The comments by the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature in its negotiating mandate were viewed as by the select committee that various comments from districts were in regard to the implementation of the bill. The select committee, upon deliberation, satisfied that there were no legal issues raised by KZN that warrant the amendment and of the B version of the bill. The Portfolio Committee met on the 4th of April 2024 and resolved to accept the decision of the select committee, as there are no specific clauses that propose amendment to the bill. The majority of the Portfolio Committee supported the bill in its current form, with reservations in relation to the content raised here regarding the flawed public participation process. Following its constitutionality could be subsequently challenged. The DA voted against the bill, all other parties in the portfolio who supported the bill. We therefore present this report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee to be the recommendation of the Legislature to confer the mandate and authority of the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote in favor of the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill at the relevant NCOP Slates Committee, to the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the vote in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next speaker for 7 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the Honorable MD Ndebele. Honorable Ndebele, it's your maiden speech. He's protected from hacking, provided that you also do not provoke you.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, first and foremost, I wish to salute honorable members who have welcomed me in this house. I stand before you with a clear understanding that 30 years ago, the Lion of Midland, Honorable Harry Gwala, stood in the very same house. He believed that this house was an important instrument in the hands of public representatives to champion the interest of our people. He accordingly acted and conducted himself with extra care and exact. The question we must ask ourselves today is, what will the Honorable Harry Gwala would have said today? The Lion of Midland would have emphasized that today, as we stand here to debate the bill, the interest of our people must forever be in our head. Honorable members, Ipube Esilase Midland would have welcomed and supported the National Small Enterprise Bill. He would have been encouraged by the fact that already government department and government entities under the ANC-led government are supporting small business and cooperatives. By and large, government departments have worked tremendously well. Among those departments and entities, we count Ithala, Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, KZN Growth Fund, to mention but the few. Government departments and entities under the ANC have taken a lead to drive the new developmental program of poverty alleviation through development of SMMEs and cooperatives. The cooperative program had, by its nature, two significant objectives, namely, to provide food security and to create economic activity at a very basic community level. Honorable members, it is important to also point out that Ithala has over the years approved SMME loan totaling 478 million and assisting over 465 enterprises. While we have made many strides and foster in ensuring that we develop and enhance small businesses, there remain challenges in this field. It is because of this understanding that today we pass this bill. In particular, the ANC seeks to ensure that we establish the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency and provide functions for the agency. Madam Speaker, the ANC is also seeking to ensure that small players are protected from unfair competition through the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombuds Office. Many enterprises have indicated that this bill will create an equitable trading environment for them as small enterprise through the provision of affordable and effective access to justice. They welcome the fact that the Minister of Small Business is empowered to declare certain practices in relation to small business enterprise to be prohibited as unfair trading practice. Importantly, the ANC, as the ANC, we are demonstrating our commitment in ensuring that the wealth of our country is shared equally and evenly distributed through the amendment of the Cooperative Bank Act of 2007 and the Cooperative Act of 2005. Honorable members, the ANC as a governing party is also ensuring that in long run, our small players participate in bid construction and catalytic projects. During the inaugural Sustainable Infrastructural Development Symposium, the President of the African National Congress, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, described infrastructural development and investment in infrastructure as a flywheel that drive economic growth. As we speak, there are massive infrastructural projects in our land, amounting to over 2.7 trillion in the country. Some of these projects are here in KwaZulu-Natal. In KwaZulu-Natal alone, we have spent over 16 billion of rand only on infrastructural development. These billions, we are today going to ensure that this budget is also distributed and assist small businesses so that they find their feet. In particular, over the past 20 years, this province under the ANC has attracted more than 300 billion in investment toward rolling out of infrastructure across all corners of the province. This massive investment is pegged in such a way that we defeat the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Honorable members, we are highlighting these issues just to conceptualize the importance of this bill from the point of view of growing the economy through small businesses and cooperatives. Finally, through public hearing that were undertaken, the people of this province supported the establishment of the state company in a form of a small enterprise development finance agency through this bill. They understood that by so doing, they are supporting the disestablishment of a small enterprise finance agency, the cooperative bank development agency, and the small enterprise development agency. Through this bill, there will, moving forward, now be a one-stop shop for all enterprises, including cooperative. It is because of this reason that I urge you all to support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member for 5 minutes on behalf of the IFP is the Honorable P. Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Gwala. I must compliment the previous speaker on his maiden speech. He did very well, and I'm sure he'll make valuable contributions going forward. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party to debate the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill B16B of 2023, which seeks to amend the National Small Enterprises Act of 1996. This amendment bill makes provision for the establishment of the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, known as SEDFA. It also establishes the offices of the Small Enterprise Ombud Service. It also enables an equitable trading environment for small enterprises through the provision of affordable and effective justice and to prohibit unfair trading practices, amongst other things. The IFP believes that the National Small Enterprises Amendment Bill is a very crucial legislative proposal as it seeks to assist people in the SMME sector with some of the challenges that they face presently. The proposal comes at a time when many small businesses in South Africa are struggling to stay afloat. And one of the reasons for this is that they do not receive payment timeously for their services, or that they do not receive payment at all from the customers. It is our understanding that the proposed bill seeks to establish the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombud Service, which will be required to assist small businesses with challenges that they face. Apart from being able to deal with issues of late and non-payment, the IFP believes that the proposed Ombud Service is an important step in providing legal support and resolving disputes in the small business sector. This is an initiative we strongly support and echo as the IFP, and this shows that we are not afraid to give credit where it is due, regardless of political lines. Similarly, we are not afraid to express our concerns when expressing certain concerns is in the best interest of the people who we are called here to serve. For example, we are concerned about the tendency of government departments to delay in setting up and resourcing such institutions. Inasmuch as we do support the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsman, we would like to encourage the department to expedite the processes of setting up this office without delay once the bill is passed. This bill also addresses the issue of unfair trading practices as it is stated in section 17, subsection Y. Very often, small business enterprises find themselves up against large companies who they cannot challenge due to the lack of resources, a David and Goliath situation that sees many small businesses being forced to close shop. It is very sad, Madam Speaker, that small businesses who do not have the resources to engage legal services or to take on these big companies find themselves in a situation where they have to either lose considerable funds or to close shop altogether. As a matter of concern that the IFP will raise is the issue of accessibility of the services of the Ombudsman to those people who reside in rural areas especially. I would like to suggest today that the Office of the Ombudsman should have a mobile service that will visit such areas on a scheduled basis so that people will be able to access such services closer to them. Another issue of concern was highlighted on the 28th of November 2023 by COSATU in its submission to Parliament, expressing concerns that the Department of Small Business Development failed to table the bill at NEDLAC for engagement with social partners as required in the NEDLAC Act. Madam Speaker, when one considers the cut in equitable share allocations by government departments, it must be of concern as to how the imperatives of these bills will be funded. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity once again to thank the Honorable Ntombela Maslobo for his leadership in the manner in which the public hearings were conducted, and thanks also to the legal advisor and our staff for their services. Once again, Madam Speaker, I think this will be the last time I'll be addressing you as Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, and we do wish you well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. The next member, on behalf of the DA, is the Honorable Ulrich de Boer for 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. The first name is Heinz, the second name is Ulrich. Good afternoon again, honourable members. Honourable members, might I just also repeat what my honourable colleague said earlier, and that we thank the chairperson and the committee for the hard work that they've put into these 5 years, and particularly also the committee researchers and staff who have been outstanding. So we thank them for that. Madam Speaker, whereas the intent and the spirit of this bill is certainly to be commended, the ANC has at a national level again made a mockery of proper public participation processes. Nationally, the Select Committee hurriedly adopted a public participation program set for 26 October to the 19th of November 2023, where the committee had to travel through 9 provinces and attend 26 public meetings, of which 7 of them were scheduled for Saturdays and Sundays. The Democratic Alliance, of course, objected to this program being adopted, but obviously the ANC rammed it through in typical style, used the numbers to just get it through again. The ANC is convinced it can push through the draft legislation through the National Assembly and the NCOP before the term of office is up. And that's why we are here today. Obviously, the ANC has succeeded in its mission to push through the maximum amount of legislation just before a critical election. Substantially speaking, the Democratic Alliance supports the establishment of the Office of the Small Enterprise Ombudsman Service, but like much legislation being bandied about recently, these new proposed bills give ministers wide discretionary powers. Given the emergence of MK and their meteoric rise to power, I'm very sure, and their support, I must congratulate the ANC on having the courage to assume that it will still have many ministers in office come the 30th of May. For all you know, and according to the EFF sentiments, You might just have an EFF member of finance, Minister of Finance on the 30th of May. But I digress. This bill enables the minister to declare certain practices in relation to small enterprises to be prohibited as unfair trading practices. And that is the crux of the matter, and that is where the Democratic Alliance has a problem with this legislation. Whereas the DA concedes support for the amalgamation of CEDA and CIFA, as well as the establishment of the Ombudsman, we should remain seriously concerned about the powers for the minister to declare yet certain unknown business practices as unfair. This is at the very least an attempt to meddle in the affairs of SMMEs, but probably a backdoor route for more radical empowerment legislation. And let us not forget that we are right ahead of an election and that the race card and radical empowerment is being used as a serious political tool right now. This ongoing obsession with emboldening ministers, coupled with a shocking performance of many ministers at national level, must serve as a clarion call for rational legislation to be passed. The arrest of senior members of parliament, very recently, it was in the news and the headlines, has clearly shown that the time for curtailing ministerial power is needed. This bill serves as a prime example of good intent and good legislation being subverted and being pushed through simply for political power mongering, and it's at its worst. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ulrich de Boer. The next member, order. Honorable former Councillor of eThekwini, Honorable Matlogov, please. The next member for 3 minutes is the Honorable N.N. Ngubane of the EFF. Honorable Ngubane of the EFF. Honorable Ngubane of the EFF. Honorable Ngubane is not in the house. The next speaker is Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP for 1 minute. Wasondele duze mulandeli EFF.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker.
No problem.
Greetings to you and the honorable members. The NFP welcomes the proposed changes to the definition of small enterprises, aiming to simplify classification and align with international best practices. Sithembe kakhulu ukuthi bayofundiseka osomabhizinisi abancane ngobunikazi bamabhizinisi singaze siye enkantolo siyobanga ukuthi ubani umnikazi waleli bhizinisi. The NFP supports and welcomes the bill as there are provisions in the bill related to unfair trading practices. The powers granted to the minister are clearly defined and aimed at protecting small enterprises from unfair practices by larger entities. The bill focuses on licensing requirements for all individuals engaged in legal trade within South Africa, regardless of nationality. The Constitution prohibits discrimination against legally operating businesses based on nationality. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Shinga. Themba maminute azoba ngcono kwithema elandelayo. The next speaker for 1 minute is the Honorable Thakur Rajbansi on behalf of the MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The MF supports the conferral of the National Small Enterprise Amendment Bill as work in progress, since small businesses do require more operational support, especially in terms of unfair trade practices and standard operating procedures. The MF supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Mrs. Rajbanze. The next speaker was ATM, and ATM is not in the House. And the following speaker is ACDP, and ACDP once more is not in the House. Therefore, I call upon the Honorable MD Ndebele on behalf of the ANC for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity and thank all the opposition parties who have supported the bill today. Of course, Honorable Speaker, the only, as expected, party that rejected the bill was a Democratic Alliance. Their representative, probably in their view, correctly stated that during this particular phase, we will play politics and play the race card. I do not know whether it's playing politics or playing the race card if we state the facts and the history of our country. Probably, Madam Speaker, let us start in the beginning. As reminded by the former president of the country, President Thabo Mbeki, while addressing the student on the 6th of September 2010, while he defined the role of African students in leadership development of Africa. President Thabo Mbeki reminded that the miseries and the challenges of Africa did not only begin in 1652, as we were told. Probably, he argued that those who are students of history would have understood and remember that there was once a phase in the history of Africa where there was a Carthaginian empire, an empire that was developed, the empire that was able to trade with other countries, the empire that had a system, the empire that represented the development and the advancement of Africa. That empire found itself fighting with the Roman Empire. The then Roman Empire, as those who might have understand, were led, on the other hand, by a senator called Cato, who was popularly known at that particular time as Cato the Elder. On the other hand, the African Empire was led by Habin. Habin was successful in the second invasion to invade the Roman Empire and almost destroy it. Although in terms of history, it is true that in all these invasions, Africa was defeated, but the Romans did not take it light, the fact that they were almost defeated by these Africans. As a result, Cato the Elder, the senator, who was the general of the Roman and he had an habit of drinking a lot, developed so much hatred for Africa and the Africans in particular. It is said that wherever he goes, whenever he delivers a speech, he will end by saying, beside which Africa must be destroyed. Even when he was in the bar, even when he was in the club, God knows what he would have done in his own private space at home. But every time when he conducts a particular activities, he will end by saying, Africa must be destroyed. Indeed, this general, during the period of the third invasion, was able to destroy Africa. The history of Africa, the remainings of Africa, everything that is about Africans was destroyed. Today, as we debate this bill, all of us and all political parties, including those in the opposition, who largely represent the majority of our people, understand and the horizon and the line were between the two, the haves and the have-nots. The haves were represented by the Democratic Alliance, which represent the white monopoly capital and the interest of big business. It is because of the interest of big business that the DA comes here and have all the excuse to defend the fact that they do not want the transformation that will lead our country to the path where small business and cooperative will develop to a place where they are able to compete with their bosses and their leaders in the white monopoly capital. Today, we want to thank the unity of all the political parties that across political line that represent the interest of our people. Through this bill, we are calling all of you to join hands with the African National Congress in our task. There is no need in our party as the ANC to issue a manifesto, simply because our manifesto was presented in 1955 with the Congress of the People, and after 5 years, we present new formalities, and we do not make promises, we make commitment. It was the commitment of the ANC to develop our economy and ensure that we put our Africa at work and ensure that we rebuild Africa. If culture, the elders say Africa must be destroyed, today those who are responsible for legislation should jointly say Africa must be rebuilt. And this bill is like the seed in our hand. It is our responsibility as members of this House to say the seed in our hand is real. The soil is fertile. The rains are coming. Let us plant now in order to reap tomorrow. Whatever challenges that are as a result of our shortcoming, nothing shall stop us now. We are determined to rebuild Africa, and undoubtedly we shall overcome. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ndebele, the next speaker, now that we've finished with the debaters, we'll call upon the chairperson of the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio, Honorable Ndombela, to respond to the debate in 5 minutes. Masabo, wenze njani uhlelo we-committee?
Sorry, Somloma. Thank you, honorable members. I thought we are done for the day. It's been a long day, honorable members. But what was key, honorable chair, is that during the public hearings, many issues raised were around the functionality of the entities who are saying they must assist small businesses. In terms of their accounts, to allow them to register their businesses, to access funding, and also one concern they had that there are a number of doors you must go to get assistance and the funding. You go to LED, Masipala, you'll go to SIDA separately somewhere. There will be entities of the provincial government, there will be your NYDA. So at some point, there should be a center of coordination for all this, so that the majority who need this assistance, they do get that assistance. That's what this bill aims to achieve by setting up this sifter agent, so that you consolidate what you have so that many can be assisted. Because by consolidating even the funding thereof, it's going to increase somehow so that it can assist as many people as it can. But the key thing will be the partnership between the national department and us as a province. And in particular, local municipalities, if not district offices of economic development. Because in most instances, the challenges people were identifying is that they can't get proper assistance nor proper knowledge in the LED offices in municipalities. So a program of sort of empowering those assigned those responsibilities or even coordination with us as a provincial, but it can assist a lot. Because there are many of our people who are interested in developing themselves, trying to create employment opportunities for themselves to be self-employed. Because not many of us will get employed. But through these small enterprises, we can address the triple challenge we are facing as a country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the conferral of a final mandate on the National Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill. Honorable members, please. B16B 2023. The House now needs to vote on the final mandate. As per the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, I now put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to confer a final mandate on 1, the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Delegation to the National Council of Provinces to vote in support of the Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill B16B 2023 at the relevant NCOP Select Committee. And 2, the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of delegation to cast a vote in favor of the National Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill B16B 2023 at the NCOP plenary. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. IFP support the bill.
Democratic Alliance?
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance does not support the bill.
EFF?
Thank you, Speaker. EFF support.
NFP?
Honorable Speaker, the NFP supports the bill.
MF?
Honorable Speaker, the MF supports the bill.
ACDP is not in the House. ATM not in the House. African National Congress?
Honorable Speaker, the ANC that is always in the House supports.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Secretary, can I ask for the tally of the votes if there is none?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary, remember that Honorable Zulu is not counted in the voting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor, 45. Votes against, 11. Abstentions, no.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. In favor, 45, against 11, and abstentions nil. The ayes have it. That concludes voting on the conferral of a final mandate on the National Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill B16B 2023. And that brings us to the end of the item concerning the conferral of final mandate on the National Small Business Enterprise Amendment Bill in the order paper. Honorable members, in case the chief whips are wondering why, Honorable Zulu comes into the House as we are voting, which is not allowed. I think that Honorable Mteto, I should be asking that from you and Honorable Numa. There is a reason for the salary that you're getting, Honorable Members. Now, it's my goodbyes today. Now, Honorable Members, we have come to the end of the items on the order paper. Now we'll go to the last item, that is party leaders to render their farewell speeches to the end of the 6th term of the legislature session. Kusho ukuthi niyavalelisana nonke, niyathemba ukuthi nizobonana kwithemu elandelayo. Sazi ke sizawucela uqala nge-African Transformation Movement for 3 minutes. They are not in the House. Then we'll go to the African Christian Democratic Party for 3 minutes. They are not in the House. We will go to the Minority Front for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A time comes in the life of each of us that we have to, for various reasons, say goodbye. My time has come. I will not be contesting the 2024 general elections, and this is really hard for me to say, Honorable Speaker. Among the reasons, the main one is that our party, the Minority Front, did not secure any donations from well-wishers or from the private sector like we used to up until 2014. Therefore, 2019 was also tough, but I fought that election on a very tight budget. In 2024, such a situation, especially post-COVID, is not possible. I have made the contributions required of an honourable member in my 25 years in the legislature. As our late honourable leader, the late Mr. A. Rajbansi did. As a woman, a wife, a mother, a daughter, and a leader, I have made the necessary sacrifices always, some too severe for any human to bear, but I've always persevered. My years in the KZN legislature, the opportunities and the memories will always occupy a special place in my heart. I have had a cordial relationship with all my fellow honourable colleagues and the legislature staff. Everyone has been supportive, and I appreciate this. Thank you all. I want to thank Palama for the opportunities given to study at VETS and the Honourable Speaker for the annual Members' Study Assistance. These will help me. My message to the IEC and the private sector is to make a genuine effort to support women politicians financially, as the cost of elections is a huge barrier for women's political participation. Yet the voices of women in the halls of power are critical to shape our people's lives. I do feel deeply for our communities, but I hope that they will be taken good care of by those that come in the May general elections. So all the best to my colleagues in the upcoming elections. Goodbye and God bless. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Rajbansi. The next party for 3 minutes is the NFP. Kwenzenjani kuShingo? It's your turn, Shingo. 3 minutes. Bobani laba badlale ngoShingo bamjikisa endleleni.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, guests, and legislature staff. Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin by saying that it has been a great privilege for me to have been given the opportunity to serve with all of you honorable members and to work with competent and efficient staff members. As the KZN MPL, I wish to pass and convey my sincere message of gratitude to my political party, the National Freedom Party, for entrusting me with such privilege and opportunity. Looking back in the past 2 years and some couple of months of being a member of the KZN legislature, it has been an exceptionally busy time to every one of us. Irrespective of our political affiliations, we have had to debate and deal with rapid issues of policies, legislative frameworks, and service delivery. Indeed, for me personally, it has been a most eventful period throughout, at times challenging, but on the whole, a most rewarding experience. Together, we have contributed constructively towards the betterment of our people's lives. Honorable members, as we celebrate our 30 years of democracy, what eventually comes to mind first and foremost is the strong and active engagement and achievements towards advancing the promotion and protection of human rights and fighting against socio-economic imbalances. As we continue with the birth of our struggle, we need to dedicate the next coming 29 May 2024 general elections to our fallen icons and struggle stalwarts like VZ Kwamagwaza Msibi by committing in advocating for credible, peaceful, free and fair elections and enhance or advance political tolerance. Irrespective of who comes back as the member of the provincial legislature after May, we must all strive for consensus and have the capacity to act continuously towards addressing socio-economic plights of our needy and poor disadvantaged communities in a constructive manner and made a major impact or differences in changing their lives. Please, fellow, permit me to express some of the NFP hopes for the future by wishing you all the best in the next coming general elections. I and the NFP would love and like to see all of us back after May 2024 so we can continue to reshape, rebuild and redirect our beloved province and the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ngosi Mashinga. We now call upon the economic freedom fighters. Ushuthi beningekavumelana manje ukuthi bazokhuluma. EFF. I'm calling EFF for the second time. EFF. I'm calling EFF for the third and the last time. Economic freedom fighters on farewell speeches. The EFF is in the house, but is historically for the first time that a party refuses to say goodbye to the fellow members that they are part of the house.
Speaker, written speaker. Sorry.
Honorable Dlamini, we called the EFF for 3 times, and today is a joyous day. You cannot be behaving the manner that you behaved throughout the term as a party. You may continue.
Let me start speaking of Odessa. The challenges is the network. Sorry. The economic freedom fighters in KwaZulu-Natal would like to thank the people of South Africa for entrusting us to be part of the 6th term legislature session. It has been smooth. It has been not a smooth ride. We have had our ups and downs. We have fought both on the ground and ideologically. But through our vision of bettering people's lives, we rose above challenges.
The country was gripped by various challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which we saw many people losing their lives, loved ones, and their jobs as businesses were shutting down. We saw people losing their homes. In 2021, many of our African brothers and sisters lost their lives during and in the aftermath of the July unrest. Members of this House, after much has been said and done, we still maintain that the ANC-led government has sold our people. 30 years later, our people are still gripped by unemployment, poverty, inequality, corruption, crime, and a lot of societal issues which to date remain unsolved. As we gear towards the national and provincial elections, we call for the highest form of political tolerance. We also urge all voters to go out there sober-minded with one goal of ousting the corrupt cadres or the ANC government and electing a political party that is for the people and not motivated by material gains as the ANC has displayed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Honorable members. Honorable members. Bengithi minana asibayeke ngokusebedlulile sizobiza olandelayo. The next member. Uyangihlupha Mamthembu. The next member for 3 minutes is the leader of the Democratic Alliance.
Diabulela Somlom. Madam Speaker, as we approach the end of this term, some in this House will use the opportunity to engage in gratuitous backslapping and self-pontification about achievements over the last 5 years. Celebrating 30 years of democracy is indeed worth celebrating. However, 30 years of democracy, having certain issues not addressed, such as unemployment, poverty, and inequality, remains a challenge. No amount of sloganeering or political grandstanding will convince the people of this province otherwise. Radical economic transformation has become nothing more than a campaign slogan. It may have assisted the politically connected, but it has little or no effect on the vast majority of our people in the province. This House may have achieved some success, and we have achieved some successes during the 6th term. However, poverty, inequality indices don't lie. The 7th term of this legislature will have its mandate cut out to focus on implementing policies to address this scourge. Without addressing this challenge, true economic freedom and equality will remain nothing more than a pipe dream. As the province and the country approaches the general election in May of this year, voters will once again be allowed to use their democratic right to elect a government that has a plan and the political will to address these challenges that continue to burden the majority of our province. Madam Speaker, voters must also assess those parties whose members have been committed during the past term. This term, in my opinion, was disgraceful that so many representatives, particularly amongst the minority parties, were conspicuous in their absence, regularly absent during sittings, some not even attending budgets, budget debates, and budget hearings. Yet these people are elected and paid a lot of money to represent them. Voters have the right to choose. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to thank each and every one of the members here that I've built a relationship with, including yourself, Madam Speaker. I think you've run a tight ship. You've certainly shown your predecessors up as to how legislature should be run. And then finally, I don't believe he's in the House, to my good friend KK Nkosi, who's retiring. KK is an example of how one can put party politics aside to work together to achieve great success. All the best, KK, to you and your family. God.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. We now call upon the leader of the official opposition, IFP.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, 2024 is the most important year as the IFP celebrated 49 years since its existence on the 21st March 2024. And as a country, we are celebrating 30 years into democracy. But sadly, nothing much has been done by the ruling party to change people's lives. It rather spends more time attacking the IFP instead of improving the lives of our people. The sixth administration will be etched as one of most eventful and tumultuous in KZN and the country, as it has been marked by several key events that happened, such as the following: the July 2021 unrest, floods, the COVID-19 pandemic, the passing of His Majesty King Zwelithini KwaZulu, the passing of IFP founder and IFP President Emeritus and AmaZulu traditional Prime Minister Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Although there were some challenges, the legislature continued to fulfill its duty of conducting physical and visual sittings, committee meetings, sectoral parliament, and public hearings with success. I, as a caretaker for the Premier in waiting, Honorable Tamin Ntuli, the seventh administration must ensure that the following issues are addressed: to stop the awarding of recently advertised tenders by the KZN legislature, as this is tantamount to corruption. 2, the insourcing of IT, cleaning and security staff by the KZN legislature is long overdue and it must be expedited. 3, to halt the 6.8 billion development of the KwaZulu-Natal government new precinct in Pietermaritzburg. This is a complete waste of taxpayers' money, as a state-of-the-art facility already exists in Ulundi. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you and all legislature staff for their unfailing professionalism and friendship all these years. It is they who uphold the great institution that is the legislature itself. To my colleagues from other political parties, there will always be policy differences, but beneath that, we have what we need to make the progress we must. As we go to the election on the 29th May 2024, the IFP reaffirms its commitment to tolerance, peaceful coexistence with all other political parties. I thank you, Honorable.
I now call upon the leader of the governing party in the House, the African National Congress, Honorable S.A. Juma.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this once again. In some instances, it feels like a dream that not so long ago we were leading the ANC Youth League, and today you are holding that august seat and you are presiding over it in a very nice manner, in a very coherent manner, in a very neutral way, where everyone are allowing us. This statement has been true over the last 18th century, 19th century, the 20th century. Only in the 21st century, then there was a change. Then I cite and I quote Karl Marx: the oppressed are allowed once every few years to decide which particular representatives of the oppressing class are to represent and repress them. It has been there for quite some time, only in the new dispensation. And today, this statement is no longer the truth that every 5 years, our people are given a chance to vote, and they vote in a manner that is good for their benefit, for their goodwill. The 6th term has been characterized by many things, amongst other things, the 30th anniversary of this new dispensation called democracy. We lost the men and women of goodwill in this house, including Isilo Mdlogombane Vukamadoda, including King's Goodwill Zulu, the Deputy Speaker, Comrade Mluleki Ndobe. The ANC had achieved many things. Among the 2 monumental objectives was to elect for the first time Comrade Noma Gugusemelane as the first female in the ANC in KwaZulu-Natal. From there, then there was a transition. We then also elected the first female premier, Comrade Nomusa Dube Ngobe, so there was that transition. The economic front we have managed to achieve in the King Shaka Airport from Louis Botha Airport. We've got a new airport called King Shaka today. Dube Trade Port at the same time, it has been built by this new dispensation over the years. One is highlighting that. Today, you know, there is Moses Mabhida Stadium, which is iconic at the Tegwin. There is Pixley Kaseme Memorial Service. Just to name a few, there's an expansion of both N2 and N3 with Gateway Interchange, Umgeni Interchange. Underway is Legislature, which will be the largest interchange in Africa, which has been achieved by the ruling party. The collegiality amongst the members and government officials in the August House symbolizes the maturing of our democracy. We must all strive for the peaceful elections ahead of us on the 29th of May, Honorable Speaker, and all the best for the ruling party, which remains the only vehicle which can totally liberate Africans and blacks in particular in the country called South Africa. Siyafisa ukubabonga nakhona ke somlomo ukuthi uma ungabona nje ulendlini ngeke nje uzukholwe ukuthi uma sesisebenza ngaphandle kezwana. Siyabonga Mphephetho, sisebenze kahle noMtimande, sisebenze kahle babu Rogers, kahle Shingo, sisebenze kahle nababu Phakathi noManqele. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Siyabonga Lwandle. Hey manje ngibhalelwe ngesandla lana umuntu obengibhala ngesandla ngazi I think nguDr. Kika. I-announcement ibhalwe nguDr. Kika there ngesandla. So I won't be able to read it. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the sitting and the House will adjourn. And then after we have adjourned, we'll just have a break just to stretch our legs for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Then we'll come back to have the pension fund briefing us. Remember that this is the end of the term sitting, where we have to have our end of term things in order. We will go out, have a light snack, but we must return because it's important. I am aware that there are members that are retiring in the House. I know that the 2 members that have indicated that are retiring so far, 3 members that have indicated that are retiring so far, that we're saying goodbye to them is the Honorable former MEC of Health in this province, MEC of Education, Speaker of this legislature, MEC of Public Works and Human Settlement, MEC of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, and currently MEC of Treasury, the Honorable Neliswa Pheki Nkonyeni Umabhedla, usisi wami omdala. Oh, therefore, the former chairperson of the former party whip of the ANC, chairperson of the Premier Portfolio Committee, and currently the MEC of Social Development in the province, the Honorable Khoza Umkenduna. Umakoti, I know that the match was made by the Honorable Nkonyeni, Mrs. Rajbansi, who's also a member that have announced to us, alerted us that she's retiring. Uthisha omkhulu, angimbona uthisha omkhulu, baki uthisha omkhulu wase JG Zuma. Oh, uthisha omkhulu wase JG Zuma. Chairperson we-Finance, Chairperson we-Scopa, the current MEC for Public Works and Human Settlement. Those are the members that have alerted us that they are retiring. Oh, okay, no, I did not receive the alert from the board. Mendiva xa itsho ngama-members committee here. I am now being told by the secretary that the former councillor of eThekwini, the brother that has a sense of humor that is drier than mine, Honorable Heinz Ulrich de Boer, who's also retiring in the House. I don't know whether it's retirement at your age. I think she's just going to draw some strength to come back some other day in the future. To all those members, remember that you remain the alma mater of this House, the alma mater of the South African, Parliamentary Institute. So we will remember you. This is the last official sitting of the House, and because in the order paper we have a special sitting that has already been ordered, we will not say Senate. We'll say the House is adjourned until the 16th of April 2024.
Madam Speaker. I think so because it just says virtual. I know the speaker made an ruling once a while ago to say that we're trying to you're right. It would be good to have I'll make a note of it. Thank you.
Let's call everybody back.
I know it's fine.
Can send an email to future members telling them they're invited to a lunch immediately after. We're going to have empty chairs there. If we don't tell them formally, and the speaker will ask us, did we invite them? And we're going to say, no, we didn't send a formal email. We're going to have a problem. I like to be on makeup is done later. I was wondering who's that person here? It's done so nicely. You have to teach us some techniques now. No, I can do it myself. Is it? Did the younger person do it?
So declare this lady, she's a makeup artist. That is for you, just for the.
It looks stunning. She's excellent.
Is it trying to fix it? The city, you can have about 6 times. My best, I was on surprise. I shall get something. Yes, I do.
Awuleke ngeke manje ayisafiki ukuzoqoqa la. Uba kanjani labo Mdembe?
Okay. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of the Legislature, our Secretary of the Legislature, and our support team staff. I would like to take this opportunity and welcome you to this briefing on the pension fund. We are now starting our session because we have a long day today. And without wasting any time, I would like to acknowledge in our midst the delegation from the pension fund. In our midst, we have Ms. Belinda Becker, the Principal Officer of Political Office Bearers Pension Fund from Alexander Forbes. We also have Katrina Patane, Willis Towers Watson. And we also in our midst have Colin Daniels from Alexander Forbes. And this is the team that is coming to present to us today on the pension fund. And without wasting any time, honored members, I would like to invite our Honorable Speaker, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, to come and give us the welcoming remarks officials. Speaker, over to you.
Good afternoon, honorable members and the team from the pension fund, as well as the team from the administration of the legislature. Thank you so much, Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, for the opportunity. I'm looking at you with temper because I thought it's gonna be him. Now, we want to welcome the team from the pension fund because it's the end of term, which is always a time where we need to have to understand how individual members' pension benefits are standing. But also, we appreciate that you've been here for longer than this time, so that members have been coming to you to look at individual members one-on-one with you. But generally, I think for the term, we want just to say in welcoming you, we've noted that, not sure whether it's the changes on how sporadic it has been for us to receive the updates on benefits. That sporadic receipt of benefits updates may have led to some members not to be able to follow or track their benefits. Also, some of the things that have been addressed, because at least we have our member, the Deputy Speaker, who sits on our behalf, the issue of the payments, the turnaround has really greatly improved. I think we must say that, because we can't be coming and raising things even when they have improved. The turnaround in payment, including in issues when there are disputes, how they are resolved, we think that it has changed. The only one that might have taken longer was the one that was in relation to one member, former member of this House, the Honorable M. Bintuli, which we believed that it was a little bit longer. But generally, the turnaround has really improved and greatly improved. We also believe that your coming here today will also further give members an opportunity to update some of the things that they need to update with you and make preparations on the things that are not tied up, especially the issue of beneficiaries, because most of the time, some of the challenges from our side arise on the identification of beneficiaries. Thank you for coming to be with us. But also, going back to the issue of the sporadic notice on how the benefits are standing. Probably for the benefit of us all, I'm sure you will also cover the issue if there are any taxes on payments, probably so that we all understand and be of the same mind, especially the benefits when there is someone who had passed on, not the actual pension, because I think we understand at that level, so that members do not get surprised by different figures at the end when they are receiving the payments. We are hoping that also the direct communication will also be given so that we continue to be able to interact with you. Otherwise, we appreciate your coming. We hope that this will be as fruitful to you as it will be to us, because surely to us it is very fruitful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for your wonderful welcoming remarks. Let me then go to the next item, which is now the briefing from the pension fund. I would like to invite Ms. Belinda Becker, who will be giving us the presentation. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for welcoming us. If I can first say that the presentation is normally done by Katerina. Unfortunately, she now had to go catch a flight because we were advised that we were going to do the presentation at 9 o'clock this morning. So her flight was booked for this afternoon. So apologies for that. We weren't advised in time. I do believe that the presentation has now been sent out to you. It was sent last week, and I believe that it has been sent to you now this afternoon. So what we're going to be working on, I'll answer all the questions that the speaker had put forward. I'll answer that at the end of the presentation, if that's okay. What this presentation is about a pre-election workshop. So what it's going to cover is about what do you do when you leave in the fund? If you don't come back, what happens? We will cover all the other stuff if you come back and there's going to be new members. We will come and do our normal presentation that we do to all the new members about what is the fund, how it's made up, what are the death benefits, what are the funeral benefits, how the fund credit is made up, and all of those things. So we will cover that in a presentation once the elections have taken place. So I think for the purpose of this meeting and to follow protocol, we'll do the presentation and then we'll take any questions thereafter. So first of all, like I said, this is a presentation that is done by, but I'm not understanding why it's not coming up there now. No, I have. I'm already moved. I'm going to stop sharing and then maybe share again. Okay, there we go. So this presentation is not advice. This presentation is to give you information about what you can do with your fund. Okay, so what's the objective? To make informed decisions when leaving offices and a better understanding about the options available to you upon your resignation or your retirement, what different pensions are available, and then what things to look out when you're deciding what pension options that are going to best suit you. So how we're going to recap on how the fund works. We're going to look at resignation options. We're going to look at taxation. We're going to look at retirement options. And in those retirement options, we'll look at life and living annuities, and then all the different pension options and comparisons. So how does your fund work? You've got contributions that get made into your fund. We call it a fund credit. Those contributions is 7.5% you make from your pensionable salary, and the employer makes a contribution of 17% of your pensionable salary. That all goes into this pot. In this pot, then, what we call investment performance. So the board decides where the money must be invested, and that investment performance then is added to your pot. If you've transferred any money in from another employer, that also then makes up your fund credit. When you leave, all of that is what gets paid out to you when you leave. So there are two choices available when you leave in the fund. So at the end of this term, if you're not coming back, there are two choices. If you are coming back as a continuation of service, there is no such thing that on the 29th of May, you're no longer a member, so therefore you can take your benefits, and you're only sworn in on the 14th of June, so now you can take your benefits in those 2 weeks. That is not the case. If you're coming back, there is a continuation of service because you get paid from the 29th of May again. If you leave in, then your salary will stop at the end of that month, and then you have a choice of resignation or a retirement benefit. So options available: if you're below 50, you can take your benefit as cash, or you can leave it in the fund. Those are your options, and we'll go through them. That's available to you. If you're above 50, you can take your money in cash, so as a resignation benefit, or you can take a retirement benefit. So above 50, you've got the option then of taking it as a retirement benefit. Any age, you can take a resignation benefit. So what are the resignation options? So these are for members at any age, can take a resignation option. So you can, when you leave the fund, the minute we don't get a contribution, so let's say you don't come back on the 29th of May, so in June we're not going to get a contribution for you, you automatically become what they call a paid up member in the fund. You can either leave your money in the fund until you decide then what you want to do, because a lot of people don't know at that point exactly what they want to do. A lot of people then maybe have other forms of employment. So they either go back to the municipality, become a councillor, so on, or go and work at outside corporations, so they don't need their money. So you can leave your money in the fund and become what we call a paid-up member. There is a cost that is associated of 235 Rand a month that gets deducted from their benefit. That is for administration purposes. So that is the cost that the fund needs to pay for your record to be kept in the fund. So you can either then transfer your money if you would like after that, or even at that point, you can transfer your full benefit to another retirement fund if you're working somewhere else. Or you can do what we call an approved preservation fund or a retirement annuity. Now, for the members that are below 55, on a retirement annuity, remember you can only take a retirement annuity then if you transfer it there as a retirement benefit at 55. So be careful about just transferring it if you're young, in your 30s like me, that you're not transferring it to a retirement annuity. Or you can transfer it to your new employer's retirement fund. You can also take the full benefit in cash, but remember there is going to be tax, and we'll go through the tax tables. Or you can use a combination where you take some of the money in cash and you transfer the other money to another fund, to a preservation fund, to a retirement annuity. When you're 50, you can take the money as a retirement benefit. We'll go through retirement benefit and what is the options available for you for retirement benefits. So leave your money in the fund, become a paid-up member. It's also referred to as a deferred beneficiary in terms of the rules of the fund. So if you're not going to take a benefit, you're going to leave your money in the fund. You need to please supply the fund with your contact details, but please don't give your contact details at the legislature. You leave in the legislature. So that details is then going to become obsolete. You need to give us an email address, a cell phone number, where the fund is going to be able to contact you after you have left, because the fund must still supply you with a benefit statement. So exactly like we do with the active members on a yearly basis, we send out a benefit statement to your email address. And if we've got your KZN email address, it's not going to get to you. So you need to ensure that you keep your details up to date. If you're going to become a paid-up member, then you are no longer entitled to death benefits or disability or funeral benefits. All of that falls away. And that falls away because there are no contributions coming into the fund. When you become a paid-up member, all the contributions stop and your fund credit is then at that point, and then only interest is added every month. No contributions are then added because there are no contributions that are coming from anywhere. There's no employer contributions because you're no longer working at the legislature. There's no contributions from your salary because you're no longer at the legislature. Does this thing change on its own? Okay. Then also that if you die, if you're a paid-up member, your fund credit, because that's all that's going to be in the fund, is just going to be your fund credit. That is going to be distributed to your beneficiaries in terms of 37C of the Pension Funds Act. So exactly like we do now with the active members will have your fund credit plus your group life assurance, and the trustees need to then distribute their money to your beneficiaries. If you're a paid-up member, the exact same process is going to happen, but it's just going to happen with your fund credit. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. If you leave the money in the fund, you do have the option to later on then transfer in full to another fund if you want to, or take your fund credit in full as a resignation benefit, or you can take part in cash and transfer the balance to another fund. When you're a paid-up member, the fund does not pay you a monthly pension. So it's not like an annuity. If you go out there and go purchase an annuity, you do not get a monthly pension if you're a paid-up member. Your fund credit remains in the fund. There is no income that you then get on a monthly basis from the fund. The advantages of being a paid-up member, there's no commission payable, and the costs are much lower if you had to go and park your money maybe in a preservation fund. So being a paid-up member, that is one of the big advantages. And then the trustees monitor the investment performance and the managers. Whereas if you had to go put it in a preservation fund, you would have to monitor that. You would have to check on the performance and monitor the managers and the performance each month. What is a preservation fund? So a preservation fund is outside the political office bearers pension fund. So it's a product that you purchase with an insurer, and your money remains in that product. You decide how much you want, what your returns are going to be and what is your investments going to be and where your money is going to be invested. So you decide on that. Sometimes you can go directly to the insurer and go and get a product off the shelf. Alternatively, you can liaise with a broker, and the broker then will look at and give you options of preservation funds and what the costs are of those preservation funds. Any cash that you receive at retirement, if you're on a preservation fund, is taxed as part of your retirement benefit. So when you retire, you get the tax tables of retirement benefits. So any cash that you receive then, I'll speak about this amount of 550,000 that is tax-free at the moment on a retirement option. So any cash you receive from a preservation fund counts towards that 550,000. So in other words, it reduces how much money you can later on take as tax-free. Advantages of a preservation fund: you can make one cash withdrawal before your retirement. So you can even take the full amount if you want, or a portion of the amount. Once you've made a withdrawal, the rest must be left until you retire. And you have the option of making an investment choice. The disadvantages: the costs are likely to be higher compared to your paid up option, leaving the money in the fund. And you could pay commission at entry into that product, into that preservation fund. There could also be ongoing administration and advisory fees that are applicable, so you need to look at the contract. So if you're using a broker or an investment advisor to purchase this product, please look at the contract and see what fees you're in for and what fees they're charging. Investment manager fees are normally higher than the fees in the fund, because remember, the fund, you've got the advantage of having more members. So your investment fees could be higher for your investment managers. What is a retirement annuity? In the industry, we refer to it as an RA. A retirement annuity is very similar to a preservation fund. There's no tax on transfer, exactly like a preservation fund, but you only can receive a benefit from a retirement annuity on your retirement. So on or age 55. So from 55 and older, you can then receive a benefit on a retirement annuity. Where a preservation fund, you can receive that before the age of 55. You cannot access the retirement annuity before this unless there is an ill health situation. Then you need to refer to the insurer, and the insurer will then make the necessary payments. You can only take 1/3 as a cash lump sum. Remember, on a preservation fund, you can take the full amount in cash. Whereas a retirement annuity, you can only take 1/3 as a cash lump sum at retirement, and the balance is paid out as a pension each month. And then there are no cost structures of a retirement annuity. The retirement annuity fund, the costs are likely to be higher than being a paid-up member in the preservation fund. So if you're going to transfer then to a new employer's fund, there's no tax paid at the time of transfer, whether it's a pension or a provident fund. So previously it used to be if it was transferred from a pension to a provident fund, there was tax. There's no tax payable now. The advantages are that you preserve your fund credit for your eventual retirement, and it's likely to be a cheaper option than your preservation fund or your retirement annuity fund. So no commissions payable. If you then want to take cash, so this is one of your options. If you are any age on the fund, you can take cash. It's payable immediately, but it is subject to tax. And you only get a tax-free amount of 27,500. So of your benefit, if you've got 500,000, 27,500 of that is going to be tax-free. The rest is going to be taxed according to the tax table, the withdrawal tax table. If you take money in cash, you can then decide how you want to use your money after tax. And if you don't set this money aside for your retirement, you're going to then have less money at retirement. So it's important to make sure if you are taking this in cash, you're going to have sufficient time to make up this money for your retirement. So what are the tax tables? This is the cash resignation. So this is the withdrawal table. So 27,500 is tax-free, and then it works in the increments of 18%, 27%, 36%. The 27,500 counts towards that 550,000 that I spoke about. So in your lifetime, for your tax at the receiver, you get 550,000 tax-free of any benefits that you take in. So your loss of office benefit, if you've been here for more than one term, if you've been here for 5 years and more, you get 4 months for every term, up to a maximum of 12 months. That loss of office, whatever that amount is, if you have not taken your tax-free amount of 550,000, they will take that and they will make it tax-free. So you could get that benefit paid tax-free, but you cannot get the 550,000 more than once. So if they apply the 550,000 tax-free for your benefit for your loss of office, then they're not going to apply the 550,000 for your retirement. You cannot get it more than once. It's a cumulative benefit. Okay, retirement options. So they're only applicable to members that are 50 and older. Don't get confused. The normal SARS law is that you can go on retirement at the age of 55. The fund has got compensation that members of this fund can go on retirement at the age of 50. And the advantage of that is the retirement tax table. So that is why the fund went and asked for compensation for this. A lot of the brokers, if you're going to use a financial advisor or broker, they don't know this. They will always say, only if you're 55 can you go on retirement. It's not true. This fund, you can go on retirement at the age of 50. So what are your choices when you retire? You can, again, become a deferred member, or you can then look at purchasing a pension. So you take 1/3 in cash if you want to. You don't have to. And then you can decide on purchasing a pension to get a monthly income. So what is, we spoke about a deferred pensioner and exactly how that works. It works exactly the same as if you wanted to take a withdrawal. And then if you want to retire from the fund, you can take, like I said, 1/3 in cash. That is the maximum that you can take. And then you decide on what pension you want to purchase. So we'll cover what pensions. You need to use your fund credit to provide a pension for yourself. So what do? So you look at what is your expenses. You can take no cash if you don't want to. You don't have to take 1/3, like I said, or you can take less than 1/3 in cash. So you can limit it maybe just to a tax-free option if you want to do that. But keep in mind about your loss of office, please. So when you're going to look at your retirement, you need to look at what are your basic needs. Your basic needs are going to be your accommodation, food, clothing, transport, medical expenses. Your luxury needs are most probably going to be holidays, things that you want to purchase, maybe a fancy car, a yacht, a holiday home. Those are all luxury things. So when you go on retirement, you need to look at what are my needs and what are my luxuries. And put into your basket what are your needs and how much is it going to cost you every month for those needs. Because that is how much pension you're going to have to get every month to cover your needs. So you really need to look at that. Then you need to look at what is your salary currently, and then what am I going to now pay off before I go on retirement? So I'm going to pay off debts, I'm going to pay off credit cards, I'm going to pay off personal loans, bonds, all of that, just so that my pension can cover my basic needs. I don't want to be using my pension to now still pay off debts, because then you're not going to survive on your pension. Because your pension, very, very few people in South Africa have a pension that is equal to or more than their current salary. Your pension is always less, sometimes 50% less, sometimes 40% less. It depends on how you saved through your lifetime to accommodate your retirement. So your retirement fund taxation, as I said, is very different to withdrawal taxation. You see the 0% is for up to 550,000. Then you've got your tax tables up to 770, and then 1.1 million is only at 27. Where's your withdrawal table? 1,089,000 is already at 27%. So the retirement tax table is very different to your withdrawal tax table. So you need to be aware of that and be aware of how much you actually want to take out in cash. So taxation of additional lump sums, like I said, SARS has advised that any gratuity you may receive from Parliament or the Legislature counts towards a tax-free amount, so that your loss of office, and if you have qualified and if you're going to be getting the special extra gratuity, those are for members that were here in 2016 and came back in 2019, that is applicable to those members only. And you would have got your statement with your benefit statements. So there would have been a special extra gratuity letter that you would have received, so you know how much that is. So those gratuities are also taxable, because remember, those gratuities are paid from the Legislature. They are not paid from the fund, because if they were paid from the fund, then there would have to be fringe benefit tax applied to them. And if fringe benefit tax was applied in 2016, when the tax laws changed, people would have been going home with at least 30,000 Rand less a month. So that is why they are not paid through the fund. And the Legislature or Parliament must apply for a tax directive for your loss of office or your extra gratuity, so they must apply for a tax directive. And it depends on who applies for the tax directive first. whether the fund applies for it first or whether the legislature applies for it first, where your 550,000 is going to be tax-free. So you need to be aware of that, because your broker might not even know that you're getting a loss of office or you're getting a exit gratuity, a special exit gratuity, and they're going to tell you on your fund you're going to be getting 550,000 tax-free. You take 550,000, we apply to SARS, and then you taxed on it. And then you want to know why were you taxed? Because your broker said it was tax-free. But it was taxed because they applied the 550,000 to the loss of office or the exit gratuity. So please be very aware of that. So what are your pension fund options that are available to you? So when you're sitting with your broker, this part of the presentation is just to try and educate you somewhat that when you're sitting with a financial advisor or a broker, that you know exactly what they're talking about and that you're not unsure and you don't know what they're talking about, okay? So there's types of pension. There's a life annuity and there's a living annuity. So the life annuity is only from an outside service provider. So that would be like your Liberty, your Alexander Forbes, Old Mutual, Allen Gray, all those companies that supply a product of a life annuity. A living annuity you can get from an outside provider as well. But from the 1st of March, the fund has got a rule amendment that's been done, and the fund does in-house living annuities now. So the fund then can do an in-house living annuity. But the rule says that you cannot put less than 2 million in the fund into that living annuity. And the reason for that is because of the admin fees, because of the process that happens behind it of every year, where you got to look at how much your drawdown is, how much your interest is, where you invested, what are the investments that are happening in the fund. All of that comes into account. So the fund is not taking any living annuity that is less than 2 million. So what is a life annuity? It's exactly what it says. It's on your life. And what you need to do when you're going to look at a life annuity. So let's take, for example, you're going to be going to Liberty. You're now going to go look at a life annuity. You're going to be sitting with your financial planner and you say, I want a life annuity. Okay, so what do you want in your life annuity? Do you want to have a spouse's cover? So if I die, does my spouse then get a pension? So do I want that to be included? Do I want to have a guaranteed period? So guaranteed period, that means that if I take 10-year guarantee period and I die in year 2, my spouse is still going to get paid 100% of my benefit if I've taken spouse's cover. If I haven't taken spouse's cover, for the next 8 years, there's going to be a lump sum calculated and it's going to be paid into your estate. Okay, so I've been advised that we need to finish at 3:30. That's 10 minutes. And we have 50 slides to cover, so I don't know how we're doing that, but okay. I'm not going to then go through each and every one of life annuity then. I'm going to give you the basic of what a life annuity is. So a life annuity is a product with the insurer where you go and you purchase a product and you've got all the things that you want. You want spouse's cover, you want a guaranteed period, whatever your case is, or you don't want any of those things. You just want a flat pension. You then need to think and say and look at what is your pension with your pot of money. What is my pension that I'm going to be getting every month? What you do need to be aware of, that there are different products for life annuities. So for that life annuity, I want to go and, sorry, I'm going to skip some slides. So you got what they call a level pension in the life annuity. That means it's going to be the highest one because there's going to be nothing attached to it. It's not going to have inflation linked to it. It's going to be the highest pension you're going to get, but it's going to be that same amount for your rest of your life. So it's not going to keep up to inflation. So you need to be aware of that. It might look attractive now, but in 10 years' time, that same amount of money is going to reduce in value and it's not going to keep up to your needs at all. You then get a guaranteed escalation pension. So guaranteed escalation pension means that every year your pension is going to increase. If you chose 5%, it's going to increase with 5% every year. The risk of that is that inflation can be more than 5%. So then you're behind inflation. So that can be a big risk on that guaranteed escalation pension. A with-profit pension means that whatever the insurer makes as a profit, because remember, this is a product you've bought from an insurer, so whatever the insurer makes as a product, they declare then what the increases are. So you then get that part of that profit, and that's your increase that you get on that product. Or you can take an inflation guaranteed pension. So as inflation increases, that's how your pension increases, and that is going to be the most expensive pension, and that's going to be your starting off pension is going to be the least. With a life annuity, if you haven't taken a guaranteed period, and you now, let's say we're going to do a with-profit pension, we've bought a with-profit pension, every month we're getting our pension of 40,000, and in year 3 I die. All the money that's left goes back to the insurer. It does not go to your family, it does not go to your beneficiaries. All that money on a life annuity goes back to the insurer if you have not chosen a guaranteed period. So the insurer, that's how they then keep these pensions going, because they work it out to a certain age. So they work out their pensions to the age of 85. And you live less than 85. So they've, in their books and in their minds, they're saying we need to pay Belinda pension until 85. She now dies before 85. So whatever's left in that pot then goes to the insurer. Because Mr. Matembu, they've also worked him out till 85, but he lives until 98. So now they have to take the money that they've made from Belinda to pay Mr. Matembu so that he can get a pension until he's 98. So that's how a life annuity works. I'm going to then go straight to a living annuity. Okay, so a living annuity, you have an account, so you've got an opening balance, you get investment returns that goes into that account every month, and what they call, you take a pension drawdown. So you can, currently the law is that you can take a minimum of 2.5, a maximum of 17.5 from your opening balance. That is the drawdown you can take every month. But remember, the bigger your drawdown, and if your investment return is not great, then you're going to be taken out of your capital. So your closing balance can reduce then. So that's why you need to have a financial advisor if you are going to be doing a living annuity, so that you know exactly how it works, and you know that if you're going to be drawing on your capital, your closing balance is going to reduce. And with a living annuity, there is nobody that's going to come when your money is finished and say, okay, you've now lived longer than 89, here's some more money, let's put more money in there so we can pay your pension. Once your money runs out, your money is run out, then you do not get a pension. So you need to be very aware of how a living annuity works, because you take the risk of living longer, you take the investment risk, and that is why we will always advise, please get a broker or financial advisor to advise you on a living annuity. So I'm going to skip all these because they're all about a living annuity. You guys have got the slides, so please, you can go through them. And if there's any questions, please feel free to give us a shout. I'm just doing it in the sake of time here, sorry. So I want to get from an outside advisor. So the fund currently, we have gone into negotiations with 2 service providers because of the default regulations that came into the Pension Funds Act. The fund had to go and look at a product for the members to make sure that they have a product when they go on retirement. So we have gone into negotiations with Alexander Forbes and Liberty Life, the financial planners in both those divisions. We have negotiated a cheaper price for commission and a cheaper price for advice than what you would get out there if you had to go to another broker. And also we know that they are a reputable company and you will get good advice from them. So we did have Alexander Forbes here today. There is also Liberty Advisors if anybody is interested. You can use your own advisors. The fund is not saying that you have to go to these advisors. The fund is saying these people are there to assist you if you need. But you're always welcome to use your own advisors. I'm not going to go through the comparisons, but if you had to look at this, you will see that there is a big difference between the in-house and then the Alexander Forbes and then the outside providers of what they charge you. So the costs are a big issue and a big importance that you must look at when you're making choices. And ask your brokers, ask them to put the choices down and what it is that it's going to cost you. Please don't just leave it to them and then you don't know and then you're paying these huge fees at the end of the day. So if you've got a financial advisor, please get what costs they're going to be charging you. We've given you a guideline here, so you can always use this guideline to see what costs you're going to be charged then on your products, okay? I'm not going to go on the recap then. And then we've got a whole lot of scenarios afterwards that you can go through. I'm just going to do your stuff quick. Okay. So this is Colleen's. Colleen would normally do this presentation, but time. When we come into elections, there's obviously a huge influx of people leaving. On normal circumstances, you would only get paid your benefit a month later. So they first got to wait for your contribution to come in for the previous month, which only happens by the 7th of the next month. They then got to wait for the investment return, which only comes in the middle of the next month. And then only do they start the withdrawal process, and they got to wait for the tax to come in. So then you normally get paid 4 weeks after your withdrawal. With election processes, we are asking members please to make sure you have sufficient money for 2 months. Because of the influx, because there's going to be so many, we might have a delay on the tax. Alexander Forbes has put more staff available to do the withdrawals and that, but there also could be a delay at your legislature because remember they must sign those papers. They've got to sign that withdrawal form or that retirement form that must come to the fund. So we're asking everybody to please at least give 2 months and make sure you've got sufficient money for 2 months before the payment takes place. I want to just give you on here is the website, the fund's website. So all the information about withdrawal, the forms, the leavers pack, everything is on the fund's website. If you do have any questions or you got any forms you want to send, you can send it to the ZZPOB address, and it is monitored by 6 people, so there's not only one person monitoring that email address. So please don't send it to an individual's address. Please use the ZZ email address. I want to just cover 1 or 2 things that the speaker had raised. So payments on deaths. Payments on deaths, the trustees have up to 12 months to make a decision on a death claim. We try and do it before the time, but deaths become very complicated, especially when you have children that are born outside of marriage, or you have children that, or people that are dependent, maybe a girlfriend that the person was staying with or was supporting financially. So they become very complicated. But the trustees are well within their rights to only make a decision after 12 months from the person's death. Very rarely do we have that, and that only happens when it's a complicated case. But in the interim, if it's a complicated case, we always do make advance payments to the family to ensure that the family is not left destitute. Then on the tax changes, I'm assuming that's the 2016 tax changes, which I have covered. So what happened in 2016 is the law said that 27.5% of your pensionable salary can be tax deductible. Any contribution you make over 27.5% must be fringe benefit tax. And if it's fringe benefit tax, that tax is much higher, and that's why members, every single member would have been affected. But a lot of members would have gone home with their take-home pay would have been at least 30,000 Rand less with fringe benefit tax. So that is why the ASB and the equalisation benefit was then removed by National Treasury, and a proclamation was made to ensure that members are not worse off on their take-home pay, and that is where you get the special extra gratuity. So in 2016, if you were qualified for ASB and equalisation, it was added to your fund credit. If you were there in 2016 and you came back in 2019, the value was recalculated, and that is why you get the special extra gratuity, and not everybody qualifies for that special extra gratuity. So you do get benefit statements on a yearly basis. It gets sent to your email address that the legislature has supplied us with. So if it's your legislature address and you've never looked at it, then you won't know that you're getting a benefit statement. So please go and look at your legislature addresses. If you need to know what your value is, you can always send it to this ZZPOB pension. We have been helping members today, so if you do want to come see us, you can come and see us now. But members get their benefit statements on an annual basis. And I think those were all the things that I needed to cover. I don't know if you still want to take questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Belinda, for your wonderful presentation to us as members. We thank you very much for that. All members, may I now give you the opportunity to ask questions for clarifications? or comments? Can I check hands, Honorable Rab?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. The gratuity, just to get clarity on that, did you say it is taxed or not taxed? If I could just understand that a bit more, thanks.
Right, thank you so much, Honorable Ra. Are there any further questions from honorable members? Well, look like this is the only question. Can I give it to you, Ms. Belinda?
Thank you. The gratuity is taxed. So your loss of office and the extra gratuity could be taxed. And I'm saying could be taxed because let's take a scenario, you leave the end of May. Your forms only come in the end of June. But in the interim, the legislature has calculated your loss of office and they've applied for a tax directive. And if they have done that, then SARS is going to give you that amount tax-free. Then the fund does your calculation for your benefit, and they see that you've got a special extra gratuity, so they send the letter to the legislature. In the interim, they're now processing your payment at the fund. The legislature gets a letter, they apply for tax, and they apply before the fund, and there's still a portion that's tax-free that's left of the 550. Then that portion is going to go to the extra gratuity first. So when the fund then applies, they're going to tax that benefit. So it depends on who applies first. But at the end of the day, you're going to be getting the 550 tax-free if you gain on retirement. So if you're not going on retirement and you're going to go on a resignation, then everything is taxed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Belinda, for your response. At this point, let me then once again invite our speaker to give us the closing remarks. Mahube, I would like to invite you to give us the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We just want to thank and appreciate. Probably the ones that we raised will continue to be illuminated by both the secretary through the corporate unit and the deputy speaker in terms of the specifics, including the issues of in their meeting with the board, because there are specifics that have been clarified and that are not according to how you are putting them, Ms. Becker. And you would remember also on the one of the beneficiaries, there was a time that I even ended up phoning you. And when I was not finding joy, I went to Honorable Boroto, because sometimes you would find that you intentionally cause trouble when you believe some other people beyond the persons that we have appointed as legislatures, because this legislature is always represented by Honorable Mthembu on our behalf, but I will not give details on what happens in the other cases. So in the following term, we are hopeful that there would be clarity when you are meeting with those that represent us on how the cases of individual members are treated, but also the members that are affected. Probably that will be taken forth. But there is one member that I will, Honorable Mthembu, take by hand when we leave here so that we speak to Ms. Becker about it, because it must be clarified, her issue, because it's a bit of a tricky issue not to be covered in the manner that is it. And Ms. Naidu, I also implore that the issue of those that are supposed to be coming to our emails, they must come. Because we don't want to hear that they come to our emails. And mnake, ndikugile nyani, kodwa ndikugelanga not to open my email. Maybe Honorable Hlongwa might have an issue with accessing the email, surely. But I don't think that Honorable Tele and Honorable Taluza will have an issue with their emails. So we will appeal that. That must also be overseen at this particular level of the legislature institutionally, so that everything that is said here is covered in the next term to the members of the next term, including assisting members that are not returning. Because now it's already ubiso selichithekile to some members. They need then to be taken by the hand by this institution when we are after elections, because some of the things have not happened. I just hope that it will be easy to do that. But once again, thank you, Belinda. It's nice to actually put the face to the name. But when we step outside, there is a member that I'll bring to you, Ndimbambe ngesandla, so that we attend to her own issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for your closing remarks on behalf of the members of the legislature. At this point, honorable members, once again, let me take this opportunity and thank Ms. Belinda Becker and your team for coming to us to make this presentation on the pension fund. And lastly, honored members, I would like to extend an invitation from the office of the Speaker that as we end this session, you are all invited to a farewell function braai that is taking place next to the chamber outside as we end this session. Thank you so much. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Siyabonga.
Thank you.